Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I knocked the camera earlier. I am your host, Mr. David Knoll. Tip my hat, also known as Hawkeye 2 And as always, I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom of the universe. So, with that said, greetings. It's 10:18 p.m. on this Tuesday night on 11 16 12/21. So I hope that, hey, Travis, I'm hoping that everyone is having a fair evening, day, night, or whatever. I know there's, in doing my little scan of the news and stuff, man, it's a crazy world out there. Davina, how are you? Saturnian sun, how are you? Volatile, eh? It's been strange. I know that. Hey, Steve Clark, how are you? It's good to see y'all. I'll tell you what. And I'm glad for you to see me, as the old Cajun cook used to say. Hooey, I'm glad for you to see me too, eh? Yeah. Yeah, huh? So, and I am. Um, it seemed like I needed an excuse. Someone just told me there is no such thing as truth. What? Okay. I just uh I don't know, Saturnian son. I find truth in the universe all the time. So I guess it really is like a matter of opinion or perspective. But I find truth in nature all the time. So where many people just, accept rhyme and reason for society and certain things, they get caught up in they get caught up in the matrix of things, like, well, there is no truth, like there is no God, there is no this and there is no that. And this is like, when anybody starts saying stuff like that, you have to just go, I'm sorry, but this person has just pushed this envelope just a little too far. Look, you have to understand something. um Saturnian sun, SS. That sounds bad anyway. I won't do that again. But when folks have that kind of attitude, you have to just smile sweetly and go, that's your opinion. Well, no, when they go to try to prove their point, when, somebody says, is it daytime or nighttime? Well, right now, here at my house, it's nighttime. And they say, well, that's not true. Yes, it is. I just went outside. It's dark out there. I turn the camera. It's dark out there. That's the truth. So this idea that there is no truth is just like, now, to a point where I can understand where people come from. When you listen to the news, there is no truth. When you listen to the government, there is no truth. There are certain areas that I would say that is true. But to make the broad statement that there is no truth, period, that in itself is not true. Hey, Steve, how are you? Great to be back with my sisters and brothers. Good. I'm glad you're back. Glad. I hope everything's been all right for everybody. I know it has been really crazy. Yeah, fear is the agenda. It always has been the agenda for a long time. I mean, for those of you who've been with me for a while, you've seen stages of me in fear. And I've talked about fear and what fear can do to your energy and to your being and to, your psyche and to your soul. But yeah, the agenda by them, okay, is chaos and fear. Well, with fear there is chaos, and in the chaos there's fear. So absolutely. How you doing, Miss Chloe? Mr. C, I'm calling for you. I saw that he was a special guest on you know, RWS's channel yesterday, today, or something. I was going through and I went, oh, look, good for David. I mean that. That is truth, right? Yeah. So there are so many truths in the world. You know, does the sun heat the earth? Yeah. There's a truth. I mean, so there are so many um, truths just in the universe. Does the sun come up every day? Yeah. At least it has most of the time. It's cloudy a lot of times, but there for someone to just make the statement that there is no truth is just. I still pray for these people, but they've been hit so hard with negative things in the universe that there is no God, there is no universe, there is no soul, there is no. They can just go down the list of their ain'ts. You know what I mean? And I find that just sad. In that it's only the negative. The negative is just eat them up. You know what I mean? You're clapping, loving you in that hat, Hawkeye brings bright presence. Yeah, it's also the hat that I used to wear when I was, do a show with Brian. You know, Brian Barnett for those of you. So, in some troubled waters, and um, I know since you brought up this troubled waters, I'm going to use swimming. Okay. Sometimes when you can't swim against the tide. For those of us, now I was raised down in Florida, went to the beach a lot, and the rip tides and everything. And that if you get caught in a rip tide, don't try to force it. Just go on out and swim parallel with the beach until you're out of the rip current, and then you can go back into the shore. And so the whole thing is sometimes you just have to tread water when the seas or there are troubled waters, just so that you can get your bearings and get to a spot where that maybe you can climb out or swim out of the situation. Okay, so but those folks who try to fight it, and so not to say that it isn't a battle, sometimes it's hard just to stay afloat. Hey, Michelle. Yes, I was watching that when you went live. I found this. Hey, Project, how are you? Appreciate the Steve. Good to see you all hanging out with each other, you know. But it seemed like I was getting kicked this evening for whatever reason, to get on and chat about something. And I was like, well, I need to have something to put in the title, you know. So, and I realized that, I haven't. Hi, David. How are you? Michelle, Chloe, Saturnian. Hi, how are you all? And Steve, I think I said hi. Man, I'm just going back over, but I'm making sure. And Project Sky Falls, all y'all. Now, I got on here to try to make the 20. We're 7 minutes past, but since y'all are here, I'm just going to go ahead and but something that me, I am the observant one, at least in some areas. Let me get. Ooh, that was a good one. Gotta say hi to Bob. Got coffee for you, but hi Bob, and thank you to the AI out there. There's been some really strange incidents going on. I was trying to go live early and things froze up on YouTube and I had to reboot YouTube. And anyway, so strange, weird things going on. Um, but the spirits were like, you need to get on live tonight. And I was like, okay, you know, but in trying to put something in the title. So anyway, I'm trying to recover where I left off when I started coughing. I've noticed the temperature. Okay. I've noticed the temperature all the time, watching the weather, keep an eye on things and what's the temperature outside here. And what, how are the skies and cloudy. And I used to write it down almost like a daily log. And it was like, nobody really cares but me, right? Who's ever going to read this? And I make notes when it's important. But so here's my note for the last, I don't know, since my birthday, I'll say, which has been the equinox, right? So the last 2 months. Well, what I've noticed for many years, um, I would watch the temperature variation from how hot it is in the daytime to how cold it gets at night. Hey, ice station Zed, good to see you. PayPal froze up tonight for how are you? I don't use it, but great to be back. Oh, Mr. Shawnee, hey, how are you? Maverick, hi, how are you? Good to see you all tonight. So, over the many years that I have been, I have to bring this up. I'm after being, I'm 69 plus. So that's my running joke, y'all. But anyway, so in watching the weather all these years, there's been about a 20-degree difference. So if it's 80 for the high during the day, the low for the night would be around 60 within a few degrees, right? Hey, Pearl. And so for a lot of years now, it has fluctuated, like there's only 10 degrees difference from the high to the low. And there's been sometimes 25 or 30 degrees difference between the high and the low. But the consistency that I've watched over the years has been about 20 degrees. Okay. The average, it varies, but there's that, it's been about 80 to 60, 70 to 50. There's been this all along through all these years I've been watching it. So it's like, well, the high for today, I can almost guess what the low would be. Uh, I'd cover myself with like 25 degrees. So if the high for today at my house is, 70, then 60, it's going to be 50, maybe even 45 that night. Okay. I can tell my own forecast, if you will. This year, the temperature variance on a daily basis on several days where it's hot in the daytime. Now, watching the weather report for this coming up week, it's going to be 80 in the daytime next week or later on or Saturday or something. Anyway, it's going to be 80 in the daytime, but it's going to be 40 at night. Now, that 20-degree, 25-degree variance has now doubled. It's not 20 anymore, it's 40 degrees. Now, I've been watching it these last couple of weeks, months, and the average seems to be a 30-degree daily variance. So if it's 70 degrees, it's going to be 60, 50, it's 40 degrees. Okay. So these last couple of days, it's been like 75 degrees and 42 in the morning. Okay. So that's almost 45-degree difference. All right. Wait. Anyway, but you get my point. It didn't used to be that variance did not used to be that variable. Okay. So I'm saying this to say, wow, something has changed. Okay. Don't know what it is, but because my house is a passive solar house, I'm all, I can't help but not see the sun come in the windows now this time of year. It brightens up the whole house. It's hard to even see the TV. It's so bright in here from the sun coming through the windows. Now, I noticed this last year and the year before, okay, when there was that noticeable change in the color of the sun. It went from yellow to more blue, right? And we started having all these other changes going on, with people getting sunburnt, and radiation burns from being out in the sun for 10 or 15 minutes on certain days. It was really horrible. It still kind of is. But here's the thing, with this temperature variation, I've also noticed, though, not that it's more hot during the day, but that, that low temperature is not 20 to 25 degrees different. It's 30 to 35, 40-degree difference, right? But the amount of sunlight I'm getting in the house is like extraordinary. But I'm not getting the heat that I used to get through these same windows, okay, for my passive solar. So I used to get so many degrees of heat gain every day simply by the sun shining through the windows. Nothing, no fans, no nothing. It's just sunlight and the floor, in the house. It heats up, the air in the house. Now the house hasn't been any colder than normal, okay? So but the fact that my solar gain for whatever has changed with the sun, my house is not heating up like it should be versus the amount of sunlight that's coming through the windows. Now my windows are the same windows that I've had for the last 30 years, right? So what has changed? I don't know, but something has changed. I still get the house still warms up. That's still good, but it's not warming up as much as it did. So at the same time, though, whatever is going on with the temperature differential from the daytime high to the daytime low. Now, I'm talking about down here in South Georgia, and I'm bringing this up because this is my area, and this area is, South Georgia, North Florida, over in Alabama, and possibly even into Mississippi. But this temperature difference is kind of the average for down here. I haven't checked any further, but I don't know how it is for folks in other areas. I haven't checked like a nationwide thing. This is my observations for here, okay, and this area. So it's something to just keep an eye on because it's like something's changed. Whatever it is, don't know what it is, but something has changed. Now, with the Earth Wobble update, now it's been quite a while since I've been able to observe the sky, a clear sky, on a repetitive basis to be able to see where everything is, right? Niall, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Uh, Georgia has some beautiful country. It really does. North Georgia, some places in central Georgia. I live down here in the southwest Georgia, and there's some really nice country down here. The earth is not tilting slightly, it's wobbling, okay? It's doing this number. It's like the old proverbial top. Now, here's the thing that I have noticed. Your solar panels are putting out more. It's been really bright in the house, but there hasn't been any heat with it. So there's lots of solar light, but the heat that normally comes into the house this time of year, it just ain't here. I mean, I should be like stripping my clothes off in the daytime. It's so warm in here. And this year is like, it just hasn't done that. Yeah, Earth is always wobbling. But it went through a really nasty wobble a couple of months ago. Um, but what I've noticed though, and my observations have been like where Scorpio was, during the summertime, and now when I could see it, because it was obvious and I could use it and use the tree line as my gauge, right? So 3 or 4 days ago, I'm sitting here in my chair looking out the window, and I can clearly see the moon through this window right here. And then the next night, it wasn't visible through the window anymore. And I went, what the hell happened? So in like in a 24-hour period, the moon usually creeps up around full moon to straight overhead, and by new moon it has drifted further south in the sky. And it has been following a fairly decent pattern these last few months, to where it was just like all over the place. But here's the thing, it went from being able to see it out this window to like 5 to 6 degrees further higher in the sky in 24 hours. Now, that's a big ass jump, okay? I haven't checked it with any high tides or anything like that, but the moon went from that position to not being able to see it. And I've calculated with, I've got a, oh, it what used to sit right, oh, it is right here. I have a protractor, a plastic protractor, with all the degrees on it. And if I want to check something, I hold it up and I look and I go, okay. And I'm usually pretty good with my, with the accuracy of the degrees, but at least 5 degrees, 6 degrees in 24 hours, because it went from being in the window to out of the window and even higher. So, um, there's still a wobble going on. I gotta say that the constellations of Pleiades, which has been to me the normal position that it should be this time of year. And one night I went out and it was straight overhead. I mean, just had to lean back because of my neck to see it right. Um, and then 2 nights later, I went out and Pleiades was over about at least 5 degrees, almost 10 degrees in the sky. It shifted over. Now, the solar system ain't shifting. We are. So the wobble is still going on. It has been we see it every year, but the thing is that it didn't stop during the summer months. I didn't report on it much because that we had so much rain and clouds that I didn't feel that it was accurate, but in my observations, Scorpio would be up above the trees out here in the south. And 2 nights later, I'd see a break in the clouds and Scorpio would be in the trees, which is like a 10-degree difference in a couple of days. Um, Here's the thing, Saturnian. The Earth is always tilted. Now, whether or not we're tilting further, but that has to do with the amount of wobble that it has. But the Earth's been tilted for a long time. But I know there's been a lot of people have been discussing that the Earth's going to wobble and just flip right over. I used to think that that was possible, but now, having for many years have gone through my physics books and inertia and weight and mass and all that kind of stuff, and something's going to have to hit us or be different in order for the earth to like flip over even some and stay there, okay, because of the centrifugal force of the globe. Sorry, those flat earthers, but this globe that's spinning, and the magma and stuff that's under the ground, the water, the oil, all of these things add up when with this big spinning mass, right? Hey, Elderberry, how are you? So but the earth has always been tilted and it does vary. You're not sure if this is true either, huh? Okay. Well, from my science classes going back into the 60s and from my simple observations over my 69 plus years. Okay, I got to, I snicker every time I do that. But, and the reason that I say about the tilt is Polaris, the North Star, which is in the Little Dipper, um, you know, is that its position in the sky. maintains the same kind of wobble as do the rest of the zodiac, okay, from my observations. But it's always in the same spot. Oh, I'm not, I get it, Saturnian. But I'm explaining how I feel that the angle has always been there because it points to the North Star versus straight up in the axis of the planet. And the North Star has been fairly regular in its position. But I'll tell you, the North Star has wobbled in its position as well. All right. Because the universe, them stars ain't moving around. We are. But anyway, I just wanted to, it was more or less the Earth is the same in terms of tilt, but the radiation and coldness of outer space is reacting to the overheating of the planet. I don't think the planet's overheating. I think it's being microwaved in that part. And I would absolutely agree with you that the atmospheric pressure has changed because we lost our ozone layer many years ago. There was a big solar event that just literally ripped it from around the planet, and we are being bombarded by solar energies, much like will could turn us into the Hulk. If don't make me mad, but yeah, there are changes that is the old yeah. See, from my perspective, the planet is not overheating. Maybe from the inside out, like from all the extra radiation and gamma rays and all that. But my observations of here, down here in South Georgia, it's been much hotter, much worse than it has been these last 2 years. And so this idea that somehow the planet is heating, not for me down here in South Georgia, not for the last 2 or 3 years. It hasn't gotten any colder. The winter months have been warmer than normal. I would agree with that. But as far as it being warmer overall, I would disagree. Well, the planet's this and the planet's that. If you listen to those folks who are all bitching about the planet overheating, they're not listening to the folks with good um, information about the solar minimum, grand solar minimum, and with all the sunspots and stuff. There's a lot of science that's trying to be contrary. But anyway, so with that, um, it's been warmer in the wintertime, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it, because if it was warmer in the wintertime, wouldn't it be warmer in the summertime too? And the humidity's been higher, but it hasn't been warmer, not temperature wise. It used to get to 100 several times in the summer, and it hasn't hit 100 in a couple of years. Okay. And it used to do it at least once or twice a year down here in South Georgia. It was like common. And so for me, the planet's overheating. Well, not here. It's been warm, but sorry, but no pickle. And whoever was trying to manipulate the numbers to make us all believe that the whole planet's just this. Okay, so that's why I make my own observations and have the chat with y'all. Been a very mild summer, heat wise, and wetter than normal here in Kansas. It rained for 3 months here almost every single day, Steve. Hey, now, stars and planets departing from each other at a rapid speed. So, what left is radiation. There's so much in this universe we don't even know that's coming at us. Okay, there, and the things that, well, there's something coming at us, but we don't know what it is. Captain, there's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. But the radiation's been there always. Now, our protection on the planet, our magnetics, uh, magnetopause, the magnetic sphere around the planet. Now, that's been fluctuating. That's a very different kind of like, hmm, so The polarity of the Earth is fluctuating. Oh, I agree with you on that now. But here's the thing. See, I am still of the premise, going back through ancient history and native stories and traditions, that the Earth is expanding. It still is expanding. And I think that for whatever reason, this is an expansion process at the moment. And the earth is having an eruption. It's having it's expanding, okay? For whatever the reason, all right? But then man's messing with a bunch of stuff too. We had 5 inches of snow and ice and sub-zero weather here in East Texas this past Valentine's Day. Yeah, I agree with the planet erupting. But there's so much stuff that we normal human beings don't know that's hitting our planet from, and it's not just solar, it's cosmic rays and cosmic energies and stuff. And we were warned by some of the alien folk like 20 years ago that in 20 years there's going to be this time period. Guess what? Of all the things that I have watched that quote the aliens have told us, this is the one thing that has kind of sort of come true, that there is all this cosmic energy, that that, well, there was this is going to change our DNA, it's going to change our this, so we're going to raise to a higher consciousness. Well, whether that part is true or not, the part that is true is we have gotten a lot more cosmic and solar rays hitting the earth. That part is true. So if is it making anybody smarter, or is it their DNA changing? Don't have a clue. But of all the things ET has been, for whatever it is, that we would be getting these different rays. 50 years we had a lot of, yeah. I mean, when I was growing up in the 60s in Florida, I remember we were on a Boy Scout camping trip just outside of Tampa, I think it was at the Boy Scout camp there. I don't know if it's still there, but at the time it was there. And it snowed Saturday night and Sunday morning. We got up to go to church, and it's snowing. All us little, pre-teenage boys were freezing our little dinghies off, man. It was colder than snot. And it was like we were running around in short sleeve shirts because none of us were prepared for snow. And but I don't think it snowed down in Florida in a long time. I here at my house, it has snowed a couple of times while I've been living here, but it hasn't snowed in many years. Does it still happen? Yeah. I remember the year I got out of jail and I was living in Norman Park. It snowed on the first day of spring in Norman Park, and there were inches of snow on the ground. Okay. It killed gardens. It was like, and this was in March. So, and I remember back in the 80s, went to the North Georgia mountains. It was the 1st of May, and there was a blizzard in the mountains. My buddy like to froze his katukas off because, I was like, dress warm. There's supposed to be cold weather. The magnetic field of the earth is in direct effect of humans. Yep. I do agree that the magnetic stuff just does affect us. You almost moved to Tampa. What part of Florida? You live in Destin? Well, you're closer to me now where I live in South Georgia, Destin. In fact, wanted to go over there and hit one of the rivers over near Destin. You're in the Panhandle, but I grew up in Tampa. Tampa, back when I was growing up, was a decent town. I've been down there since, and I don't know. I talked to my sister who lives down in Dade City, right? And I was like, sister, I really want to come down if I get my truck fixed or get this other vehicle right. And I, 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 I want to go down and visit you. But I told her, I said, I don't think I could last but a couple of days at most, So because it's just so different. I don't remember anything, and all these cars and people and stuff, and it's just like, it's so different. But anyway, so the Earth wobble has been going on for a while. I'm not even going to try to deny that. But for the last several years that I have been physically watching it on a daily basis, where's the sun, where's the moon, and where are the stars in relationship, so I can kind of keep an eye on, other people around the world. For a long time I was reporting on Earth wobble, and nobody in the science community would say anything. And about a year or so ago, they started coming out with, the did y'all know that the Earth is wobbling? And I was like, no shit, like, duh, you know. But not to say that I'm special. I don't mean that at all, because every single one of us is an observer. So I have these conversations so that where you're from, or where you live, or your location, or from your point of view of the universe, where are these stars? Where's the moon to you? Is it straight overhead, or is it lower on this? From my location, it's overhead, but you could go outside and go, wait a minute, it's lower in the sky. Now, that could be a problem at the same time. You know what I mean? Give you a chance to relax. We are in it. Take off your coat and light a spiff. Wants to talk. And David, make sure I do not get out of hand. Are you talking about me? Which David? There's another David. But anyway, I know there's lots of different theories and so forth out there. I get it. And I've watched them and listened to them since I was a little boy. And I've been watching the stars, and, and down here in the South, on my property, when it gets dark, if the skies are clear, you got a pretty good, view of the stars. There's not a lot of light pollution. Now I've got some neighbors that give me local light pollution, but I can go, down in the woods a little bit and the stars just pop out of the sky, or go down to the river where it's really clear and the stars just boom, they just jump out at you. Now, but I've been to the mountains and I've been out west, and when I was out in the desert, for that short time, the stars were like, oh my God, you could almost touch them. Not quite the same here, but on a clear, cold night in like this time of year, and without any kind of city lights or whatever, the stars get really close. I would say, Saturni, and it depends on what part of Florida. You know, it depends on what part of Florida, but that's why we send rockets to space from here. No, it's because of its location to the equator, and also with the ocean right there. Because when they shoot them off, they always go over the Atlantic. But anyway, no, they shoot rockets off in the desert and down in South America and other places. Heard you say some. Why is Niles on some kind of probation or something? For what did you do wrong, Niles? Out in the boonies in Kansas, the stars. Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. Having been out in Oklahoma, I've not been to the state of Kansas, but just into Kansas City, Kansas, and then but anyway, that's one state I've missed. Been close, but that's one state I've missed. It's not large enough to prevent light pollution. I get it. So light pollution is that issue. But now I'm asking you the question about temperature variance. Now I know that many of you live north of me. Some of you live in other climates and other countries. So here's my thing, and you don't necessarily have to answer me now, But have you seen a change in your temperature variation from the high to the for the day and to the low? Because, like I was saying earlier on in this 40 minutes ago, it used to be about a 20-degree variance on a daily basis. Summertime, wintertime, it ran pretty consistent. And but now this year, um, oh, how many people you've insulted? Welcome to the club. Oh, you're seeing a 50-degree change? Now, there are those days when fronts come through and stuff, but I mean, these last few days, it's been beautiful here, okay? Highs in the mid 70s, 75, 76. But now on the wall of my house, which is south facing, it got to 115 degrees on the wall from the sun, okay? And inside the house, it should have been a lot warmer because it was 115 degrees on the thermometer, but not quite. 36 to 71. That's sort of where we were at. It was more in the mid 70s a little bit today, but the low's going to be in the mid 40s. So we've got almost the same kind of temperature variance. You consider an insult as constructive criticism. It depends on how it's worded. That's the difference between an insult um, and a well, bless your heart. Well, bless his heart. For y'all who know what that means. Well, bless y'all's heart. I do too at times. I will, if someone says, you mind if go ahead. Because I've been in too many plays, too much theater over too many years to, you have to be able to listen to direction. You have to be able to listen to constructive criticism. But when constructive criticism becomes nasty and vile, then it becomes an insult. Lots and lots of morning dew lately. Yeah, I was noticing listening to the weather today that coming up this coming week and this weekend and Monday of next week, actually, that we're going to have frost on the ground. So I can't say that that's abnormal, but I was like, watching the temperature swing from the high to the lows. Um, there is some denial here. It is viral in 6 months. Okay, we 70 here in the day and 30 down. Wow, Steve, that's a hell of a variance. Yeah, Barry will put the stick to your hand. uh, you know, when I was growing up in Catholic school, we always, if we were naughty, we had the palms of our hands or the back of our knuckles wrapped with a ruler, or a stick. But yeah, okay, so there's your punishment. If you get that's so your fingers won't type badly. you know, Keep them fingers in line. But anyway, um, there are certain things that I questioned for a long time. Well, how could this have meaning the earth and certain things? And I personally, that one of the times that they took me up into the universe from my, kayak in the lake, there were certain things that I came back with that time that were just like, this is how it goes. Well, what do you mean? Well, there's radiation coming from everywhere, and they want to say, well, it's only the sun, it's only this, it's only that. Listen, here's the universe. There's shit going on all around us all the time. It has been going on since the dawn of time and will continue to go on long after we are physically gone off of this planet. Not that the planet's gone, but it's going to continue whether we're here or not, right? So it's like, so for me, the message was, so quit flipping worrying about it, Hawkeye, because I was worried about it. Now, since that time, the fear has been taken out of my observations. Oh my God, the earth is rotating and doing this stuff. That's true. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to fall off tomorrow. It doesn't mean that the earth is going to stop rotating. Now, if it does, I'll kiss your foot, I'll, or whatever, eat my hat. I am scared. I have a reason to be. We all should. Volcano in the ring, fire raised the temperature 2 degrees. The humans haven't affected warming, but seems arrogant to think we caused it all. Yes, I would agree, but this idea that we're all to blame for all of these cataclysms on the earth is just bananas. Okay, they're going to cut down methane. I have talked about this for 20 years now. The amount of methane that is produced by the city of New York or of Tampa or of even some, the amount of methane that is produced because everybody poops. Everything we dump into the sewage system gives off at some point a type of methane to the atmosphere. And this idea that it's cows is bullshit, quite frankly. And or that it's this is bullshit. The human beings are producing simply because we poop. Okay, we're producing methane. Oh, but it's affecting the earth. It's been affecting the earth for a long time. Methane is a natural process of biodegrading. If you make well, what do you call it? You put leaves and you make a pile and you put your stuff in it and you put it in your garden, one of them piles. Um, kiss my foot. I had it. It was, yeah. So this idea though that, we humans are to blame and this carbon tax, it's all bananas. Now, there are some companies who are still putting some nasty stuff into the atmosphere. But since the Clean Air Act years and years and years ago, compost, thank you, Maverick. Pete, the companies, and I have worked for some of these companies, work very hard not to leave an imprint. And this has been like 15 years ago. So, this idea that countries are going to come around and do this, private industry has been doing it for a long time. They're not getting enough recognitions for what they're already doing. But these folks are creating fear. Are there problems with, pollution and stuff? Yes. Because we as human beings do better? Yes. I've been down in the swamps, and when the floods come, there's plastic and containers and all kinds of shit in the swamps that should not be there. I mean, they make islands of plastic and things, and they're actually have created these little islands where critters live, bugs live, and then birds sit on top of these islands of plastic and bottles in the swamp and live off the insects that congregate there because there aren't any fish or minnows or anything like that. So it's like, what? So are there things in on the planet that need to be changed? Yes. Are humans per se individually to blame? The answer is absolutely no. But are corporations, are some of these corporations to blame? Absolutely. Now, we have a lot of chicken farmers around here. Y'all have heard me talk about this before. That millions of tons. Think about this. Millions of tons of chicken poop is created every year just in Colquitt County. Millions of tons. A ton is 2,000 pounds. And if you have millions of tons, that's a bunch of thousands of pounds, right? So, um, all the numbers in the thing are exaggerated. Absolutely. You know, when you listen to the local news around here about the COVID and everything, people are dying, and you know, they're now. Let me tell you this: those factions, led by a lot of folks, won't agree with this, but is by an alien race that's trying to push our demise. Okay, they want us gone, which, the billionaires, it's quite frankly Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. They have not met their goal. So are they going to try something else? Yep. But here's one interesting things. Humans have a tendency to surprise folk, you know? Now there are a lot of grave sites and stuff down here from the Spanish flu back in 1917s, which is 100 years ago. So, and that's when a third of the population on the planet got sick and died. Um, you know, is that going to happen again? Well, they're trying to tell us it is. Okay, they're trying to warn us that this is what's going to come. Well, we've already survived that. Now, um, Steve, you're in Kansas, but so there are probably folks that remember, that are old enough to remember the Great Dust Bowl, which was Kansas and Oklahoma and places out there. The state of Kansas was devastated with dust storms. It killed people. People lost their lives. They were hungry, and that hasn't been 100 years ago. It was between World War I and World War II, the Great Dust Bowl. But folks forget about that stuff. Woody Guthrie sang songs about it. Um, so because they haven't reached their goal of 2021, Agenda 21, they will try something else. You can betcha. But here's the thing: we cannot live in fear, whatever it is. People have gotten booster shots. Now they're trying to push the children into getting these vaccinations. And I've talked with some of these school age kids, and they're saying, none ya, ain't none your business. And no, you are not poking me. And my mom and daddy agree with me. So, what seems to be the big talk of how they're going to do this to everybody. I mentioned the breakdown of the atmosphere. We are doomed. Any astrophysicist will tell you that we are judge a rock which is dissolving from without and from within. But Niles, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm much more worried about getting struck by lightning than I am about the planet and the atmosphere. There's more things to worry about. They told us that you even walk into the hospital and then they take your temperature and stuff before you even get into the main doors. Yep. So, but there are some of these scientists that have been preaching some of this stuff for a long time. And I'm just saying, in my 69 and plus years, I'm sorry, it still tickles me. I'm like, okay, I was worried about, uh, Cuba and Russia nuking Tampa when I grew up there as a little kid. And even workers had to remain on that floor. Yep. Without quarantining themselves for 2 weeks. That's just stupid. There are folks who are scared to death still down here in South Georgia. And then there are those folks who are going, they're just living their lives. But the title of this video is about science. It's about it's about my observations of the universe, my observations of uh, the things that I can see, the sun and the moon, the radiation that's coming in my house, the temperature difference. All of these things are tangible. Is that science? Yeah. But is it somebody else's science? No, this is the science here at my house, here in my region. So, yeah, why are they pushing it? Now, the title of this video is about, the temperature variance. Is that science? Well, that's weather. So it depends on where you want to draw that line now, which is up to you and your perspective. Here in not allowed in hospitals unless you're vaccinated. Fear is for rich people. I've worked for different levels of government and hospital and seen numbers padded on step to get more government money. Yep. Yeah, these folks up here and I even did a video about it. That the folks at Phoebe Putney Hospital up here in Albany, they literally walked out when they said, it was going to be mandatory, and staff, nurses, doctors, they all said nope and walked out. And it was a big to do because they brought in there was so few staff that they had to bring in. The governor had to call in the National Guard to come in and help out at the hospital. So, but you don't hear about those kinds of things. There are certain companies and places they're just going, no, you're not going to force me to do this. And they want to go nanny, nanny, nanny. You're not done. You didn't get your shot. Where's your papers? Where's your this? And it's just like, I'm sorry, I'm too old for this. I am too old for this. I've lived through too many flu seasons. Almost died from one type of flu in the 80s, and I'm sorry, I ain't dead yet. I quit taking vaccinations for the flu years ago because every time I got a flu shot, which I used to get regularly, I also was sick for 3 to 4 months of that year. And I quit taking the shots, and I haven't been ill like that since in almost 6 years now. So it says on my records that I am allergic to whatever's in them. I think I talk too much for sure, but most of it is to engage with the topic. No problem, Niles. Because there's a lot of stuff that, you know, and I've tried to read some of the science journals and keep up with things. But here's the thing that keeps coming up to me. They've taken pictures of comets. They have landed on comet asteroid things, right? And they still say in the news, for example, that comets are made of dust and ice. And we all know, come on, that's bullshit. We also, they say the speed of light is a constant. That's a lie. It is an average that they all agreed on. So this idea that, science is telling the truth all the time is just nonsense. The amount of moons that was around Jupiter when I was a kid, there are like 5 times more moons around Jupiter now, and also Saturn. I even did a video about it, and I was like, where'd these other planets go? Where'd these other moons go? I'm sorry, exoplanets around. Where'd they come from? And where did they go? I did a video a year or so ago about the new, moons around Saturn, and then that they had counted, I don't know, like 76 of them, but there had been 78, and two of the moons were missing. Where did these moons around Saturn go? So there's a lot of other fishy stuff going on in the universe, but what used to be true back when I was growing up, because I studied astronomy and had used to look through, 14 and 16-inch reflector telescopes at the local colleges and everything. They'd, set up the to be able to see. And one of the things that you could do was count how many moons there were around Saturn and Jupiter. And now there's so many, it's like, where'd all this shit come from? Since I was a kid and could physically see them in a telescope, like Galileo did, for God's sakes. So things have changed. Boy, howdy. But to rely on science, hey, Ed, how are you? They have been lying about so much stuff. Uh, so for me, it's like, tell the truth. Well, but even in science class, they won't tell the truth. T minus. Oh, okay. I'm ready. Thank you for, it's been an hour already. Good God. I sure can, chat about crazy shit. Last year there was the numbers of the flu and stuff that mentioned for more government. Yep, absolutely. You took them on as pets. Um, Dominic, how are you? I missed you going by there. I don't have my glasses on. But anyway, for me, they have told us the truth in plain sight by the science that they have achieved. Okay, great. You landed on a thing. You videotaped it. You even thumped the damn thing, and it sounded like metal. There were radio signals coming from this thing, but they don't talk about that no more, right? But comets are still made out of dust and ice. That's Come on, folks. That's just absurd. And so I say that they come clean and tell us the truth about some simple things because they've already proven it to us in the science that they've already presented us, right? So anyway, yeah, and be brought together and sold. There was a program years ago. How much time we got here? Oh, 1 minute. Well, aliens have been here for a long time. Aliens are the one that taught us of the science. Just saying. Um, Religion without belief is heresy. And see, and I don't believe in religion. So, and a lot of folks are not believing in religion anymore because religion is a construct of man. But anyway, is the moon hollow? They did some tests way back in the 70s or the 60s or something. Anyway, they sent something up there and pinged the moon. And they were like, what? And it rang like a bell, right? There's stories about that. So I got tetanus shots back in the day, but after I have gotten so sick with flu shots over the many years, I haven't had a flu shot in 6 or 7 years, and I haven't had the flu in 6 or 7 years. So I just what with all the hoopla and everything, I'm sorry. I've known people who have gotten the flu and survived it. That they were uneasy and uncomfortable for a couple of days. But they didn't die. They didn't, there were all these other things. Not to say that people haven't died. I'm not trying to say that, but that, everybody that gets is going to be dead. It's just not true. I just deleted all my friends' contact info and blocked their numbers. Time for all new friends and new lifestyle. Okie doke. Fire in the hole. Smoke if you got it. I sort of talked about this yesterday when I was late on into hour three, I guess, about my adopted granddaughters, as I call them. But it's been interesting, and my dear friend Christine, who is the one that sent me the book and the cards for the animal cards that I do the readings from, and that some of these folks are making contact with me after many years, and it's so old friends that they never quit being friends, just there's a separation of time and space or whatever. And in that time and space, though, um, there's always still been a connection. So there, I'm finding that I'm reconnecting with folks that I always send my prayers to the universe. I always send prayers to Dixie and these folks and Christine and and John and all these other people, and I do keep them in my prayers, as I do all of you. Sometimes not especially everybody's name, but that as a group, I'm praying for the soul tribe. I'm praying for all my folks within my, my subscribers. My subscribers. You all are subscribers to my channel, but you're not my subscribers anyway. Um, I don't lay claim to you. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, the idea though that there are some folks out there that we kind of sort of discussed before that we're talking about, that there is no real truth in the world. Well, it depends on what you mean by that. What do you mean by a real truth? What do you mean by truth? Do you mean natural law, natural order, natural truth, or do you mean people who spread, things? And one of the things that I've found recently, that I mean within the last year, in reading Native American stories and legends and so forth, and I'm in my continuing research of Native peoples and customs, I've found that, and when you watch old westerns and any movies that had Native Americans in them, um, they weren't about chatting between each other. I mean, when they're on horseback and stuff, they're not riding side by side and having a chit chat about the wigwam, or the teepee or whatever. Um, so, in many, 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 many legends, and also in my own meeting of peoples and hanging around with them and powwows and all of the things over the last 30 plus years, um, almost 40, actually, it is 40 years I've been going to powwows and things and learning universal law, truth holds true no matter where the place. Yep. TP. Finding myself grasping one's trap set me free, I scream, hoping to continue walking forward, picking up my pieces lost along the way. Or Chloe, picking up new pieces to replace what you lost along the way. That's, picking up the old pieces. Maybe you should pick up new pieces, but I think you will get what I just said there. So many people are having changes in their life. I mean, even the simple things that changed around here now. Um, I always keep an open mind. That's why I had that video yesterday about the simple things that can expand your mind simply by using both hands, using both sides of your brain, using both eyes, listening with both ears. I mean, there's just so much. As I was reflecting on it today, I was like, I understand how profound it has been for me all these years. If folks who are just kind of learning how to do this or whatever, if they really truly understood how profound these simple things are, they would not question it. They would like start doing it like right away, right? Um, how do we know the unknowable? We test. We create a series of tests. That's how, hey, is this poisonous? I don't know. Give it to Jimmy. Jimmy will eat anything. Hey, Jimmy, come here, eat this. Not bad. It's a little tangy. Well, Jimmy just died. Nobody eat this plant, you know. So things were learned through. Um, Man does not get to decide what truth is. Now, I know where you're going with that, I think, but we do because I speak the truth, what I talk about. Because for me, if I were to tell a lie or stretch the truth, I get my spiritual ass kicked. They will kick me down a flight of stairs in a heartbeat. Um, but um, the truth will set you free, but there are things in nature that are just true. Do the stars come out at night unless there's cloud? The stars are out there all the time, whether it's night or day, right? So are the stars out there? Yeah, that's the truth. No matter whether you believe in a flat earth or not, there's still something out there up in the sky that when the lights go out, they shine. What they're made out of, they speculate, they tell us what they think they know, but what we do know is we can see them when the lights go out. That's the truth. So there are certain truths that are very basic, you know. Hey, Conscious, how are you? Got your license for the first time in 20 years? Oh my God, that's a big deal. Uh, you speak of truth, you don't make yours up as you go along. No, I don't. Now, there are times when I will discuss speculation or that my feelings are that, or from my observations, how do I know the earth is wobbling? Long time before other people discussed it, because of my observations, my own personal observations, which I chose to share with YouTube videos and with people, and just to say, look, these are my observations. I want you to look out the window. I want you to make your observations, But anyway, uh, yeah, speculation. But my speculation and other people speculate on half truths, or, my speculation on some of the things I discuss are based upon facts. And I will agree that I assume that the facts are true. You know what I mean? So, and those facts could change and be not so true or be similar. But as far as speculation goes, I just observe what's there and discuss it. We've had a lot of discussions on stuff. New, better, more knowledgeable pieces. Yeah. So you got what I meant, right? Well, like for today, I know I talk about myself because I don't want to talk about somebody else. It's not fair. But like today, I got up and I'd been mixing concrete now for several days in a row and doing landscaping out there. There's such a change. And I went out there today and looked at and I was just like, I'm just taking today off. And we went up for to the top of the driveway and get the mail. We walked around the yard, played a little bit of football kind of thing with the dog, and did a few things. But I've been kind of lazy today. And one of the things that struck me was because I've made so many changes here at the house just within these last 2 days, that when I walk out there, it's like it's gobsmacked me. Now, I've created this because I've been working on this, the porch and the area and the landscaping and everything. It's mostly due to water that has come down the hill, which has flooded my kitchen. Is the reason I started this whole damn project. Was I'm tired of my kitchen flooding, and it hasn't flooded since I started this. So that's the good news, right? But it's been incomplete all these years. So now I can see the end of it. And now that big pile of bricks ain't a big pile of bricks anymore. And now where there was a trench and a ditch and stuff is now filled in. And now, so the whole prospect, the whole just right out here has changed. And I walked outside and I went, oh my God, all my worries and all my energy has been, I want to finish the brick on the outside of this so I can close up a hole and start framing the the porch, because I've got all the windows, I've got most of the boards. I mean, I'm ready to do this, but the concrete wasn't down. So I'm standing out there with a different perspective. This does matter. So my perspective before was, I didn't have all this stuff done. I couldn't project my perspective as to now I can get started on the walls. So I was outside looking at the area, and I thought to myself, now what do I do? Because my focus has all been on all this concrete and everything for so long. Now I just have to stop and go, okay, now somewhere I've got a drawing with dimensions and the window sizes and all this, and I've already projected what it's going to look like, right? And so, but now it's time to do it. And like, all I could do was just stand there and look. I couldn't act. And I was like, I would pull weeds, I raked, I did some, I killed some ants that were trying to get in, but I thought it was, they, well, bless you about that. I'm not too fond of people's behavior. It's unfortunate. I'm not in a place to resonate with. You got 2.5 feet of snow? Crap in a bag. But what, are you at a higher elevation, Ed? Oh no, you're out in Texas, right? Is that right? Did I miss that? Hey, Open Think, I would agree with you. There are people who are devolving daily. And, that's why, what did I do? Please be more specific, Saturnian, what I was talking about. Um, yeah, I believe there. I was hanging on to the story. Um, oh, about my front porch area. I'm just basic. I have reached today, and I'm just looking out there and going, wow, my perspective for so long with the ditch and the brick and the concrete and everything. Yeah, perceiving the porch. So my perception of the porch was clouded by what I had to do to reach the point where I could even think about putting the walls up, you see? So my perception about this for the last couple of years has been, oh my God, I'm never going to get there. I'm never going to reach that point. And I've got two pressure treated 2x6s and 2x4s in a pile out there waiting to go up. I've got windows leaned up against the north side of the house waiting to go in. So, and now what I did was I'm standing out there just kind of looking, going, now what do I do? My perception has changed because I've accomplished this goal I've been working on now for 3 years. So now I'm just standing there open mouth going, now what do I do? So I'm sure I'll find the stuff. I'll get my measurements. I've already got the wood. I'll lay it out. But my point is that my perception before was get the concrete, do the thing, get the foundation, do the. Couldn't think about the walls and or putting in the windows. So now my perception has changed because the landscape has changed due to my efforts. Okay. So you can change your future, you can change your perception. And I was gobsmacked when I went out there, yeah, the foundation. Yep. Um my when I all I could do was just stand out there. I was literally amazed. I was like, what do we do next? I don't know. We got to go find them drawings. Yeah, because it's got my list of windows, all the dimensions, and and I need to do another sketch, and I need to, I know how to do this. I was a carpenter for years and built additions to people's houses and bathrooms and roofs and plus an engineer. So I know how to do this. So, but in my brain scrambling over the last few years, it's something that I have to redevelop. But I was surprised. Normally, I would have said, "Look, I got this done. Now I can see the walls going up." And I stood out there and went, "Holy crap!" I I can't perceive it. I was shocked. I still am actually, but it'll go away. It's so new though. So what you do, um, yeah, that too. Thank you, Chloe. But here's the thing. So you can change your perception of something by the actions that you do. Now I've been working. You've been hearing about this god dog porch for years from me now, right? um, and trials and tribulations and this and that, blah blah blah. But oh my God, I can put the walls up with windows. Really? After all this time? I mean, yes, it's a big deal, but at the same time, for those folks who just like, want to give up on something, I told my friend who was here, my next door neighbor, I said, I'm so glad I didn't give up. I mean, I just could have just cemented over it and just the hell with it, and whatever. And but no, I have pursued it because I have this picture in my head of what it would look like with the windows on and it being, because I want it to be. Uh, um, it's not just a porch; it's going to be a greenhouse porch so that I added 2 foot onto my original porch so that I could use it as a greenhouse to grow plants in. So it's not just a porch; it's much more than that. And how I was going to set up the watering system, and so it's not just a porch; it's a project. But it's all been hung up because of the foundation. Now that brings up an interesting point. If you don't have a good foundation for something, which there's like a foot of cement down there, literally filled concrete block and brick and mortar, there's plenty of stability for a wall that's only going to hold up windows, which is interesting in and of itself. But I wanted to keep roots and things and stuff from getting under the porch. So I made it really thick and a lot of extra work for me. But so this idea though, so I've finally gotten to this stage, and now my brain is freed of the concrete thing. I still have some concrete work to do, but not near what I've just accomplished. So a major hurdle. So as soon as we go our whatever our issue is, as soon as we go over, make it over that hurdle, one way or the other, we feel better about it. It could have been really crappy and nasty up to that point. We've had pain and turmoil and crap and rained on, snowed on, sleeted on, and shit on. But we made it over that hump, and it's just not as bad now. It's may not still be good, but we've made it over that hump, right? And so to get over that hump, whatever it is, it really makes us feel better. Even if it's a nasty hump, you know what I mean? We're on the other side of it. There ain't nothing out there. I did not see any messages. Yeah, that's true, Saturnian. Yes. Here's the thing, and I've kind of sort of talked about it over the years, in that I back in the day, as a young Catholic man, I wanted to become a priest. So I had met with several monks and priests and so forth up at St. Leo's College, and have had these conversations. One of the priests that I was a teacher at Tampa Catholic, he quit being a priest, and I was high on LSD one time, and we were walking down the beach and smoking a joint together, after I graduated high school, talking about the priesthood and stuff and how he had just left. And, so in trying to understand what a monk does, okay? That you pray to God, you devote your life to God. Okay. So, but what does that mean? Well, everything you do in the devotion of God. So now, after all this, God ain't the reason I do this, but it is for the creator, it is for the universe, it is for the universal law of one, right? To do no harm to anything. So by trying to be just being able to, adhere to the law of one, it requires some thought and some process. And how deep do you really want to go with this subject? How much do you want to go down that rabbit hole? Um, oh, is Isby in the house? Chloe, I might not be here all the time, but I swear y'all are in my prayers all the time. Yeah, well, see, Saturnian, I hate to say this to those folks, but I have gone beyond the God syndrome. The creator of all things, the creator, the source of the universe. So, I had to go over this God thing and religion. I am a spiritual person, absolutely 100.1%. It has to be more than just, some of it. Religious, I am not. I know many people who are religious, but in the Catholic Church, they ruined me of religion. They did not ruin me of my spiritualism because I found spiritualism on another level, having nothing to do with God or, well, maybe angels, but of all of this stuff that religion teaches us actually keeps us away, in my humble opinion, keeps us away from the true source of faith, the creative source of everything. They have to make you believe in a God. As they say, well, you have to believe in the saints and everything, and that Mother Mary will intercede for you. She'll jump in there and help you get your prayers answered. You know, okay, you know, when native cultures have been connecting straight to the source, straight to the creator for thousands of years without a religion, okay, and without quote worship, you know, that's a man-made thing too. Absolutely, Saturnian. Religion is just a tool for control. And so, I've talked about Sister Helene from Tampa Catholic and how, I was like, I want to become a priest. And she said, oh, please don't. Go study Buddha because Jesus studied Buddhism. Jesus was a Buddha, was a Buddhist of sorts. And she was a Dominican nun. And but so I've had insight to things for a long time where a lot of people are just kind of sort of just picking it up on it or just having that realization. So, with all of that said, so my experience in life has become my truth. See how I brought that back around? Uh, Good night to whoever's going out. Yeah, we are all here for each other. So, and quote, my accepted job in this is to be here for conversation. And you can have a differences of opinion. I know there are several of you over the years of you've got your own opinion, and that's fine, but we all agree on certain things, which keeps us together, though. And that's interesting that regardless of our backgrounds, regardless of our religious beliefs or our religious upbringings or whatever, you all can come here and share and talk and discuss. And I am very humbled that, I am the moderator for this group, along with Barry and Michelle and Teresa. But, uh, I wasn't going to get on here tonight. I was just going to, kind of settle in. And earlier this evening, I was like bombarded here in a minute. admiration of your objectivity. Are you talking about me? Um, yes, Witch Moon, I would agree with that. We are an amazing quilt. Absolutely. And in that, regardless of what color square we are or pattern on this quilt, well, thank you, Saturnian. Um, that whatever color or shape or pattern we are on this quilt of life, and to use her uh, example of the quilt, patchwork quilt. But together, when we're all sewed and stuck together, you're a Roman Catholic. I grew up as a Roman Catholic, Niles, and being raped by priests and other things, and how the religion and the falsity within all the priests that I talked to who were straight but left the church because you know I'm like, my opinion of the church is totally different, and the man who calls himself the Pope is a fake. He's a devil worshiping, and for Catholics to follow this guy, they're insane. I'm sorry. They would be better off to be, born again Christians in a Baptist church somewhere than to continue to be Roman Catholics. I'm sorry. Because, being grown up a Roman Catholic. Now, see, I still have faith. And instead of God, I have faith in the Creator. So I have talked about before, that the idea that we're all going to go to a gated community when we die, that only certain people are going to be able to get into heaven. And with certain religion, it's the 144,000. Well, there's, 7 billion people on this planet. And if only 144,000 are going to get into heaven, there's going to be a lot of pissed off souls and individuals knocking at that door. You hear what I'm talking about? And so, well, wait a minute. So maybe if you add a few zeros to the end of that number, but so wait a minute, hang on. I've been in jail. All right. And I don't necessarily want to fit some sort of pattern that I get to go. I don't care what color the bars are. You're going to let me into a gated community that's locked out for all these other people because they're not good enough. And I go, no, I think I'd rather just hang out with the regular folk who's committed a sin here and there, but we haven't killed anybody. We haven't, smashed anybody's face in or anything like that. We're just kind of normal human beings that we're frail at times and whatever. But when you consider that the creator, the source of everything, is all around us always, the essence. Now, if I was to use like Christian terms, I would say the essence of the Lord is all around us. God is within us all. Well, see, I changed that because this God is like very, very narrow minded son of a bitch who likes to send plagues and test their people by sending hardships upon them and locusts and plagues. And, this is the God of love, and this is the God we're supposed to worship. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. The creator, the source of all, ain't like that. Okay. So for someone to say, well, my God, he's my God, he cursed I'm sorry, that's just wrong. I mean, I'm sorry, that just does not fit in that law of one. I might not exactly remember at all times what I'm seeing. Chloe, your heart will know. The church wants us to believe we need a priest to send prayers. The arrogance, absolutely. And see, that's the thing. The churches, not only the Catholic Church, but churches will tell you that you need a preacher to intercede for you. Now, they're way back in the day when I first started this, and I had my conversations with Mother Mary about this, and I was like, look, I am going to be preaching about stuff, spirituality versus religion, as per her commands and demands and suggestions, right? For folks that are like, well, where'd you get these crazy ideas, Dave? From the lady herself, if you're Christian or Catholic, like I was, it, Mother Mary. She what? Yeah, she told me that it was going to be my job to tear people away from religion, but to teach them about that spiritualism is so it's always there. And here I am after all these years, right? Kicking and screaming at times. So it's like, but the religions try to control our thoughts and our patterns. The people that I've known, like one of them was my grandmother, Mary, as an example. She had no denomination, but she was one of the sweetest, kindest people. Everybody loved Granny. The kids in the neighborhood loved Granny. Okay, Niles. Yeah, we can argue about the Roman Catholic because, yeah, but and I know I went to Tampa Catholic. Okay, graduated 1970. I have folks who are strict Catholic to this day, who look at me and go, "Well, Dave, you sure do have a difference of opinion." But I got it from one of our teachers at Tampa Catholic, who started me on this journey, this quest. So, it was a result of Sister Helene from there, who was, Dominican nun. And so, but this idea though, they can't get past it. So, but okay, but I know myself that regardless of what the priest said, I knew who Mother Mary was. I had my special connection with who I thought God was at the time, spiritually, my devotion, because I wanted to become a priest. Was seriously thinking about becoming a monk, like a hermit, sort of like I am now. So I went through the whole gamut of all this stuff. We don't need a representative to say exactly. We're Every single one of us are always connected to the universe. That's the key thing. If religion helps you find that spiritualism, my daughter, reads the Bible. We've had conversations, Native American stuff. I've discussed my point of view to her. She needs the Bible. Not a problem. I've got a Bible sitting right over there. I pick it up and read it myself. So I don't have a problem with people using religion to find their spirituality. But after all these years, and the Catholic Church is kind of sort of proven to itself, because there are folks within the Catholic Church who are revolting against the Pope. They want to throw him out. There are people who would like to see him hung in the square. There are full blown Roman Catholics. And I'm like, you go, you go, guys, gals, folks, you go, because you've been lied to for so long. And I'm glad that you're finally seeing through it. So, things with I am a dualist, two sides of the same coin. I have as much time for Satan as I do. I have no time for Satan. That just ain't even in my book. Although I have met some very evil spirits and things over the years, and what I have learned from the experience is they may be one of the meanest, nastiest SOBs, but you have to honor and respect them, regardless of whether or not you like them. Okay. So it's like the English and the Vikings. They have fought together. They have seen their skills, and they acknowledge each other's. So in it's sort of in that respect. If we ignore the Pope, he will go away. Don't get you started. Yeah, see, because Satan's kind of a construct too, by the way. But I don't want to go into the religious thing. But here's the thing about spiritualism, which is important. If you need religion to feel spiritual, okie dokie. But for those folks who have understood and have been lied to, regardless of their beliefs or whatever, but feel a connection to the universe, who feel connection to Mother Earth, who have a natural propensity to feel that there's something else in the universe, that's the spiritualism. Regardless of a God or whatever, it's there for each and every one of us, always. It's our choice in how we get there. It's our choice in how we want to believe. It's our choice in if it's a devotion to a religion or whatever. And so I'm good with it. But here's the key thing for folks who are relying. Here's my point about this and churches, also the Catholic Church. One of the things that was told to me in one of my, kind of sort of visions years ago, that I try not to discuss, but it's kind of sort of becoming true, in that there's going to be a hard realization by people within the Catholic Church. And it's coming true because of all the Catholics who are doing this. I try to keep up, and listen to those folks. But within Catholic prophecy, I've discussed this before. This is the last pope. So, but this idea though that Satan exists, these other kind of things, it's a distraction into a lot of spiritualism. Spiritualism connects straight to the creator. No middleman needed. Thank you very much, Steve. When you're outside and looking up at the moon or the stars or whatever, and you feel this connection, it's the right. I mean, so for those folks, what I have given these examples over the years, but there are times when that last time out on the lake in the middle of the night when they took my spirit up into the up yonder, um, I was like, oh my God, I just had no idea I could get this feeling from this without any kind of like special, I wasn't on mushrooms or anything, I mean, I was just, um, the uh, the straight connection to source, and so I'm still learning. It's still a growing on, but here's the thing: the more you accept, the more you leave out the middlemen. You leave out the churches. You don't listen to what them crazy people say. Well, but I was told by Mother Mary when I was 11 years old that they would accuse me of heresy by the way I speak. But I speak about creator, I speak about spirituality, and yeah, I don't defend religions at all, because it's a construct of man. So, and I absolutely believe that this is one of the things that Jesus was all about. And they bastardized what Jesus actually was. And they made it they don't get me started on that. So everybody relies upon the Bible to save them. And I got to say this, that book ain't going to save you. What's going to save you is your faith in the universe. If you don't have faith in that, if you're worried that, you have to get through St. Peter to get in that golden castle that's locked, I don't want to be a part of that community. Nah, sorry. If I got to jump through all these particular hoops to get locked in a golden cage, don't that sound fishy to you? Just saying. And in Revelations, as I was reading it several years ago, and it shows up in several places, many several times in the book of Revelations, about that God sitting up in heaven with all these elders around him. Well, see now, it's okay, and I understand what you mean by Gnostic, and that's a good thing. Uh, but so I'm not cursing anybody about being Catholic, because some of my friends still are, and I'm not going to try to shake them from their faith. I'm just saying, hey, look at what the church has already presented to us, and it kind of backs up to the ecumenical council in 1964 when they changed all the stuff, and they turned the priest around. All of those changes within the church were planned. And what a lot of people, I've talked about this before, but the fake pope is a Jesuit. Several hundred years ago, the Roman Catholic Church disavowed and threw the Jesuits out of the Catholic Church. They said the Jesuits are not a part of us. And who they bring in as the fake pope while the other guy's still alive? A Jesuit. So there are things that Catholics aren't even aware of, that within their the own governmental functions and stuff, that there are some strange machinations that have been going on for a long time. Pope John Paul the First, 33 days he lived and they found him dead. Nobody talks about that. When it happened, I said, WTF? What the 33 days? Are you serious? What's up with this? So there's been some shenanigans going on for a long time, but back in the early 1700s, there was a priest who went to the Vatican down in the cellars and the catacombs and studied old text and started having these visions and wrote down these prophecies, Catholic prophecies. And every pope and everything, the 33 days with the first John Paul, or um, was in the Catholic prophecy that was hundreds of years old and had been lost in the catacombs. And so when it was discovered and brought out to the light, there were a lot of Catholics who went, "Oh, holy crap!" You know, um, I don't see God for the Creator as man or woman. Yeah, it's after all the years of trying to describe what is source, and from having had visitations from Mary a couple of times to kickstart me off doing this and talking about this, there is an essence. It's Think of it of like as a perfume, okay, if you must. But each of us has our own essence. It is us. It ain't nobody else. It's us, okay? And when we pass away from this earth, it is my belief our essence, which is our spirit and our soul and our consciousness, that essence, our essence, is what is reincarnated. And so, but is that spirit, soul, whatever? Okay, so, but this essence, so the essence of the creator is actually a collection of all the beings in the universe. Dominicans were the stake burners, not Sister Helene. Well, actually, she was stake burners. She told me the truth, you know. So, but anyway, yeah. And it wasn't just the Dominicans either, but there were some other folks too. Not the Franciscans so much, but but anyway, so But this idea, so what is the source? It's a collection of all of us, actually. It's a connection of all of our essences, good and bad, you know. And um, so is it a person? No. We can imagine it as a person if it helps us to imagine it. But when I look into the center of the, Milky Way galaxy and look at that big ball of stars and energy and stuff, I go, yeah, that's part of the source, there it is. All of this stardust, all of these molecules, all of these different radiations, all of these different things. But we have our individuality, our souls. Quote, God gave us each a soul. Think about that. We were made in the image and likeness of God. So, in that, so each of us, regardless of what God looks like, we're made in their image. So, if we pass away and we all become spirit beings, then that must be what God is. And that's what I'm saying is the source. God is the construct for the earth. Source is the source of all the universe, right? And native folks would agree with that. They say every powwow I've been to has always said a Christian prayer before the powwow began. But they also said a Native American prayer. Why? Because God is the God of the earth. Creator is the creator of the universe. Okay. What? Yeah. So Native folks understand, yeah, God, and we say a prayer to him because, it mostly it's for the good, right? But they say their prayer to source to the creator above and beyond the Christian prayer. And there are a lot of Christians who do not get it. I do. And years ago when I first got it, I went, oh, wow. Oh, I see that. And over these last 20 plus years, it has just become more of, yep, that's what we are, and we're children of the universe, but we're actually, each one of us is an old soul too. Now, there are some folks who are kind of new to this dimension. I hate to use that word, but to like new to the earth. They may have been across the galaxy, some other place. So, what's here now for me, I know I've been on this planet before. I know I have done certain things on this planet before over many reincarnations. I've learned sword fighting. I've learned these other things. I learned that I was an asshole in a previous life near here where I live now. And I'm here this time to try to correct some of that. I don't know how good I'm doing, but I'm trying my best. But I came with instructions, as a child. And so here I am at the end of my, uh, hmm, I guess it would be, they weren't premonitions, they were visions. I mean, she appeared to me. So, but as future forecasting for me, what I would be doing, I'm kind of not necessarily at the end, but I ain't at the beginning. You know what I mean? So, which is an interesting thought to have. Um, but anyway, having accepted my mission, hey, Regen, how are you? Just a more organized. I'm not from this planet. Yeah, there were things long before I knew about the Palladians. I've talked about this before. I would wake up in the middle of the night looking out the window, and there would be the constellation of Pleiades. Back when I was a Cub Scout, and I knew it was a special little, but I had no connection to ET or nothing like that. I mean, when I was a 10, 11, 12, 13, even in 14 or 15 years old, I would wake up in the middle of the night looking out the window. And later on, I have often wondered if I had been abducted at those times because I was always sitting with my hands like crossed like this, my chin on my hands and my elbows and everything. There wasn't much of a windowsill, but which was interesting that I would put my arms up there because I never did it when I was awake, but I would wake up with my arms like this, looking out the window. And later on, I wondered, would did they like take me off there, and then I'd come home and I'd be looking at, and what does this little star cluster mean? Now that's when I was a kid in the 60s. And it wasn't until, the mid 80s and into the 90s that I started looking at, wait a minute, Pleiades, wait a minute, waking up, looking out the window, wait a minute, time missing, wait a minute, so I I haven't talked about this much, but it did happen. And as I recollect, it happened more frequent, it just like didn't happen once or twice. It happened several times. So, but I don't remember having any kind of like being traumatized or probed or anything like that. But I do remember that waking up, looking out the window was like, what the hell am I doing here? So, um, but after the years of having, God creates misery globally, humans, I create happiness, and I hate to reconcile the two and keep my faith. See, I don't believe that God creates misery. I just don't believe that. It ain't up to God to create misery. It's up to you. It's up to beings, not just human beings, but beings. And there are some very nasty ET folk that want to see us wiped off this planet, okay? And they are nasty, evil, wicked, mean sons of bitches, okay? It ain't just about the Greys, okay? It's about the Vlash and the Mater. It's about other reptilians. It's about, there is a full fledged war going on. Why do you think Russia shot an arrow into the sky and blew up that satellite? Because they're trying to practice for incoming, and it ain't us. Why would they do that to one of their old satellites? To prove a point that they could. And folks ain't talking about that. Well, what? Well, Russia's trying to prove that this and that, blah, 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 blah. Blah. Listen, Russia, what do you think when President Reagan was talking about if something, happened from above, could we on this planet all get together? And Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall. You know what I mean? So I grew up. I've lived through all this, right? So, but the idea that Reagan knew about, but, um, Tricky Dicky Nixon knew about ETs because he took Jackie Gleason on a ride down to an airfield and took him in this place and showed it to him, right? The story about, Jackie Gleason being freaked out after that, and he was never the same. And there was a period of time when he was this free loving Jackie Gleason, and then all of a sudden his mood changed, And so the stories of him and Nixon and all this kind of stuff. But here's the thing. So there are folks that have known about these ET for a long time. We have got to add this into the equation. This idea that God is responsible for me falling over and tripping is just absurd. God's got better stuff to do. I'm sorry. It just happens to be a natural coincidence. Now, there are some folks, whether it be because of their essence or spiritualness or whatever, there are bad guys who hunt them down. There are bad entities who can smell a good guy from, 10 miles away. So Reagan's speech was inspiring. Yeah, right. But to the point though, so if you don't think that, Putin and them over there know about this shit, they are much more aware and open in Russia about the phenomena. There's been too many times where they will talk about, the Russian commanders have talked about the super soldiers that were in Afghanistan and have shown up in Serbia and places like that. The genetically modified beings. They don't even say human beings. They say beings. And them folks over there. I wish I could understand Russian, but from what I have gleaned from listening to some of these politicians and stuff, and they have said it during UN meetings. Okay, it's not like they're like hiding it. So we just don't know about it because we don't speak Russian. And the folks who control the truth, here comes the truth coming around the bend again, because we don't get the truth, and we don't speak Russian, we don't know what Putin and them are up to. So they shoot this. I shot an arrow into the air. Where it lands, I know not where. There used to be a bunch of stuff that went along those lines when I was a kid. Um, but anyway, so what are the Germans? I mean, Germans. This is an alien world as it is. Yes. Um, I agree with we are a bunch of monkeys in the metaphorical sense, but we have to understand we are not monkeys. We are not descendants of monkeys. We are descendants of aliens, yes, but we are not descendants of monkeys. Uh, have integrated with an alien species. Several alien species, Niall, not just one, several. I mean, look at the Chinese, and I don't mean this in a negatory way. I mean, look at the Chinese folk, okay? Look at Africa and the black folk. There are certain traits and things that we don't share with them. And well, culturally, or this, or it's because they're in another country, or what? Nah, we come from different backgrounds, different races, different aliens, different species. We come from different places. Are we all related in that we're humans on this planet? Yes. But there are some of us that might have Palladian essence, possibly myself. I say possibly. I have no proof. And there are some Pleiades doesn't mean that everybody's a good guy. Some of them Pleiadian folks are not necessarily good folks. If they're bringing you love and light, but if you don't believe in them, they'll wipe your ass out. Believe in me, sort of like the old God. Bow down and worship me, or I'll strike you with lightning. You must believe in me because of fear. I'm sorry, that just makes me not want to believe in your stupid ass. But anyway, um, funny how tithing gets you attention from the preacher when you stop. Yes, absolutely. When you stop handing that money into the church, boy, they like, what you doing here, boy? What's your contribution? And see, there were some stories and stuff that I remember way back when. I want to say because we had catechism every single day we went to school for all of my Catholic life is growing up in school, right? Um, Yeah, we're here to learn lessons. But there are times when I just know I'm from some other place and it ain't here. I have had surreal, I mean, absolutely could feel the being inside the cockpit of a spaceship. And a small runabout kind of X-wing fighter, if you want to like put it into some kind of terms. Not that that's what it was, but an individual kind of thing. And I was flying around somewhere, and I remember because I had to go pee, and so I'm driving this spaceship, and I'm peeing at the same time, right? Going, I'm still in the cockpit of this spaceship. Like it was really strange, but I'd been in that cockpit before, and it's not from any Star Wars movie or anything like that. I've watched a lot of science fiction, but wherever I was sitting, whatever I was sitting in, I've not ever seen it before. It's very naive to think that the Russians and Chinese are ahead of the game. The Americans were never ahead of the game. After all of that I've looked through, the Russians, they got they have their own project paperclip, okay, after the Germans left the war. Stalin made deals with, the Allies, so this idea that, and the Russians, how come we're using Russian rockets to get to the space station? Oh, okay, Elon Musk has got his thing, but How come we quit developing stuff and we go to Russia to take off and come back from? You know, what? Well, so Russian technology. Here's the thing. I think Russian technology is basic. They don't overcomplicate things like American technology does. It's like there's my truck right now. It says, oh, I need this sensor and I need this sensor. And then I bought this sensor, right? So three different sensors, $200 worth of parts. And now the computer says, I don't understand any of y'all, and I'm not even going to start for you. Okay. And so at a certain point, there's so many sensors and bugs and things that are supposed to monitor and help and everything. When one thing goes down, the rest of the vehicle don't know what the hell to do, and it quits running. Like my truck sitting out in the yard that I'm still trying to troubleshoot and figure out why the one doesn't want to run. And so this idea, the Russians just make it work, but they make it work well, and they make it work so over and over again. So it's adequate, it's simplified, and they don't overthink it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Either way, there is non human entities. Look at Antarctica closely. There's a place. Okay, I agree with the Antarctic. Let me make this statement about the Antarctic. Let me make this statement about Google Earth. Okay. Now, I have gone on Google Earth many times to look at my neighborhood. I can look at my house and I can tell that it says that this map is up to date. But I know damn well it ain't, because some of the maps, the overhead views, shows another vehicle in my yard. And the vehicle that's in the yard at the time the picture was taken has been gone for 4 or 5 or 6 years. So they say, and down at the bottom, that this picture is like current. It's a lie. Now, I have proven to myself that, by simply going overhead of my own house to see whether or not picture is current or not. Sometimes there's another vehicle in the yard, and sometimes it looks like it does now. And then I can tell by certain trees that have grown and everything, whether or not it's true. So I use my own house, my own place as my standard. And if I were doing 3D CAD or something, it would be my base point. So my house is the base point for my observations. Oh, we missed a 20. Y'all weren't. Uh, we are the hybrids. Yeah, and we're hybrids, and we've mixed in also. But here's the thing, in with the body structure is the essence also. So our bodies may be very similar, but we come from a different essence. So for example, if I'm just going to use Pleiadians or Orion or whatever, just pick one. The Americans will use what they can use. No morality comes into it. Yeah, I would agree with that. Any object that is in the upper atmosphere orbiting the Earth is called a moon. It takes how many days to reach and check with? Yeah. Look, Americans, and after World War II and the Roswell thing and stuff. I mean, we have to remember that ET visited Eisenhower. I mean, come on. And Truman back in the day. And Tricky Dicky was the vice president during the days of Eisenhower. So the fact that he knew about this stuff later on, and the fact that JFK, one of the reasons why he was assassinated was because he was trying to open up not only the other things politically and trying to get away from the Federal Reserve note and that kind of stuff, but he was also trying to open up about the ET and space, because he said we're going to go to moon in this decade, right? So instead of decade, but decade. And so I remember that speech, and we've all heard it at some point. So, but why would he all of a sudden want to turn to the space race? Well, there was Sputnik. Yeah, but that's just this little, satellite that's going around going beep, beep, beep. Back when I was a kid and everything, when it came out, people were freaked out about Sputnik because the Russians got there first. So it's like, oh, yeah, with the Russians. Okay. But to some folks, some of the ET who are sort of have a Russian origin that dates a long way back to true Mother Russia, not like Stalin or anybody, but the true Russian peoples, like the true native peoples in America. They were true Russian peoples, had certain essences that were from the good guys from space, right? Regardless of where, but their souls. So Edgar Casey talks about, or he did talk about, that we have the opportunity before we enter the body. We see what's going on down there, and we have the choice to accept or reject to take on this life, right? And there's this forward projection of like what may happen and stuff like that, right? So Palladian cats. But so with that thought that I have kind of understood for a long time, and my discussions with Sister Helene about heaven and souls and things that related to Casey, because we had talks like that back then. Yeah, Edgar Casey. So, yeah, but so Edgar, in many of his discussions, and for myself, having out of body experiences, near death experiences, I, uh, yeah, okay, because there have been times that I have cursed myself for not reading the fine print in my contract to come down here, right? And there are people who talk about their soul contracts. So, yeah, there you go, Niles. I agree with that. And to kind of go back to the Antarctic or the Arctic, here's the thing. I years ago, I quit doing it. But years ago, I went down there and I was looking over patches and I would mark spots. And I would go back a day or two later to the spot that I marked, and it wouldn't look anything like what I had marked 2 days earlier. And so, and then there's been folks who are like doing I would find whole sections like in a square blotted out, literally blocked out. So this idea that folks who are like, I found this thing on Google Earth, stop right there. Somebody is painting over it down there. Because I actually think you're getting a true picture of what's down there, think again. you know uh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to belittle your intelligence, but there are people who manipulate those pictures from the satellite, and they're just not going to allow us to see what's down there, period. And there are folks who are having a ball making shit up. Oh, look, I watched this YouTube video the other day, and he was talking about this section of the Antarctic. So Bob and Joe get together. Hi, Bob. Bob and Joe get together and go, "Hey, watch this." So they're in control and monitoring these pictures and so forth. It's their job, to spray over spots and things. So what do they do is just a joke. Bob, Ted, and Alice are all together going, "Hey," so they draw this little thing in their picture and they plop it into the Antarctic. And then those folks who are looking over the pictures are going, "Look what I found! Look what I found!" And there's a group of folks sitting in a studio somewhere or whatever, laughing their ass off, going, "They found it! They found our little thing!" And then a couple of days later, it just sort of like disappears. Because people, who do this a lot, because I would do it, I would go down there and look, but I'd mark a spot and go back to that same location, And 2 or 3 days later, sometimes the next day, it simply would be gone. So, but yeah, we just keep a good attitude, even when shit rolls downhill. But eventually it turns into fertilizer. Okay. Um, I'm glad y'all get along in here. But so this idea of the universe and aliens and things, w- you know, one should think of some of these folks as like some of these folks were demon type, nasty essence. Their souls, they have people have no compassion. They just literally have no compassion and don't care if you get hurt, don't care if what they hurt you. Don't They just don't care. And you go, are these people even human? You should scratch your head and go, maybe not entirely. They have the physicalness of a human being, but they have the essence of another tribe or race or alien race or whatever. But so um, what our soul is and the essence we bring into this body, as per some of the things that Casey discussed, and from my own experience, with near death and all that kind of stuff. But having come out of the body and look down and go, ooh, you've heard me talk about the operations I've had and the questions I asked my doctor and stuff afterwards. And, that was back in the 80s, when I had my neck operated on. So, my experience without a body in the spirit world and stuff like that is different from other folks' perception. So I read Casey way early. So this idea of being out of the body, and plus those things that I experienced as a teenager and as a young man, the out of body experiences and stuff that I had that I could prove, that I realized there was more to this. So for me, it was easier to accept what Casey said, as that we choose our soul, we choose our mission, we choose however you want to look at it, right? Our soul contract or whatever. And that there have been times when I was like, man, tried so hard to wish that it wasn't true. But having gone back over this, especially these last, well, 15 years, I'll say, because time's going quick now. It's like 2022 almost now. And so that I gotta say that, I could see why I went kicking and screaming, but there were things that I tried to blame on the universe that was actually my own damn fault, you know. I missed what you were saying, Niles, but go ahead. As far as I know, you can continue. It might take me a day, but gonna put up some no empathy. They are up their ego. Yeah, so Fauci is obsessed with calling human population. Yeah. Um, so this essence of different, Palladian or Orion or whoever, I mean, many native peoples, believe they're from the dog star Sirius. Okay, so and that's in their oral tradition for thousands of years, they believe this. So they already believe they come from the stars. Hey, Katniss. So this idea that this is somehow new, no, the ancient native folks and their beliefs. Why are folks now talking about the Hopi predictions, for example? Well, the Hopi say this and the Hopi say that, but they weren't interested before. You know what I mean? Black Knight satellite, all kinds of stuff. And there are stuff. that years ago when I first started my YouTube video, I don't know if it's still there or not, but I was watching on my big screen, my YouTuber, I had YouTube through my big screen through Roku, and I was watching the International Space Station fly around, and they had like the camera pointed out the nose, and this humongous spaceship appeared out of nowhere. I'm standing there watching it going, holy shit. And then the screen went blue. And I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I set up my little old camera at the time and pointed at the TV and I was talking about it. It was a blue screen. I said, now I'm talking to the video right now. And I was just witnessing this. And this big thing just come up and it went to blue screen. And oh my God, there really are aliens and all. I mean, this has been a while back, right? And then all of a sudden it came back on. And guess what was there? This great big giant alien ship that was, out the window of the ISS. And I went, holy shit, they put it back up. And then the screen went blue again. And somewhere I've got that video, but that was many years ago. So if you want to say that creator or that the universe has been showing me these little clips over the years, I've talked about, the thing that came over the house and this white light appeared out of nowhere, shot a laser beam at this orangish colored one. The white one disappeared and the yellow one kind of sort of blew up and poofed out of sight. I've seen some other things and stuff that I've talked about over the years. So for me, this stuff is real. Watching somebody's video or whatever, yeah, okay. But I have seen for myself through all these different means of what's up there. Do I know exactly what they are, whatever? No. But do aliens exist? Yeah. Are they interacting with people? Yes. Are some of them, really nasty? Yes. Are some of them actually really good? Yes. And are races of beings who are trying to protect the earth? Yes, for the simple reason they don't want the bad guys to win. Why did we enter World War II? Because we didn't want Germany to win, right? The Germans were on the east coast of the Americas, but Germany couldn't invade England. How are they going to invade the United States? So we weren't ever at risk in that sense. But at the same time, we were still scared and we entered the war, right? So same thing with World War One, but there were political reasons and machinations of people and alien races who were controlling these things along because they've had an agenda. We just have to accept it. Do you if you think Biden's in control of anything, even his own bowels? Come on, he's the diaper man. He's the scapegoat. So who is running shit? You gotta ask that question. Well, it ain't him. So who is doing it? But yeah, Greys, Pleiadians, reptilians. Yep. Now, for example, there are some folks who have talked about this. Simon Parks has talked about this, where you know when he was younger, that he had been introduced to this mantid being. Now, Dante has discussed that when he was 11 or 13, something like that. Anyway, when he was young, kind of sort of around the age I was when Mary appeared to me, and so that here's what's going to happen for you in the future. He was given more information than I was, but to the point that there's a certain age where they like knock on your door and say, okay, we're going to make you aware of this now. Okay. And he was introduced to these to the curs, as he describes it, KURS, and that they are insectoid type beings. And that, when they first revealed themselves to him, he was like, there's this giant bug sitting here next to me. But they are like the leaders in trying to save this planet. That they've got generals and folks and stuff, and uh they're really pulling for us. And some of folks will say, well, the insectoids want to take over the planet. Actually, they're trying to save it for us, for us. Could it be to their benefit? Maybe, but they're trying to save the planet for human beings. So, and they're fighting the bad guys and they're fighting the good fight, if you know what I mean. But if you said, well, wait a minute, if we're going to show this, and there was a movie, and I can't remember what it was, but something anyway. There were like these sort of look like grasshoppers, and there was this guy who was like a policeman in sector 12, or maybe it was sector 9 or something like that. But anyway, he got contracted some kind of something, and he turned into one of those beings. And they were from another planet. And all they really wanted was to go the home. And they got stuck here on planet Earth. But here's the thing. But humans thought because they looked like these insects that they must be bad. They must be horrible. They must be stupid. They must. And when actually some of the human beings that I can't remember how he got whatever he got, but he turned into one of these grasshopper looking things. And it was like that kind of changed, someone's point of view, when you become that which you thought you hated, for whatever reason. But the idea that just because you don't like the way it looks doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. Um, I got to say this in that there are some ugly people in this world that have loving, honest, and true hearts. Okay. And I mean, they're disfigured. They don't look right. I mean, I'm being honest in that they're ugly. Okay. They're not really pleasing to look at, and they're overweight, or maybe they smell, but they are loving in their hearts. Doesn't make them bad because they don't look right. Okay. So, same thing with aliens of all types. And here lately, El Popo has been talking about aliens again, by the way. And so you just got to scratch your head and go, what are these folks up to? Well, here's the thing, the spiritualism. What if I make more sense than any alien entity would be apart from us or right there inside us and beside us? That could be possible depending on the alien, okay? But Niles, what I mean by the essence, it would be like a genetic marker. Okay, if like I'm supposedly related to Robert E. Lee because my paternal father, who provided the seed, his last name is Lee, and their history goes back towards Robert E. Lee from the Civil War. And so, if that were true, then I would have a marker somewhere along the line because Robert E. Lee was also married to General Washington's granddaughter. So I would be related to General Washington in that respect too, but there would be a genetic marker. So, in that, I would have the essence or the genetic code or the of this lineage or the blood type, or you know what I mean. So don't overthink it in that the essence is just another form of this, of being related to something simply because of certain conditions. I have blue eyes. None of the people in my family had blue eyes. My mother had brown eyes, but my dad had blue eyes. So okay, but so blue eyes, but blue eyes aren't necessarily the predominant gene of folks. Brown eyes and other colored are more dominant. At least that's what I remember from my biology. But see, over the last 50 years of since I've been to high school and biology, what they taught us then about the color of eyes and the propensity of blue-eyed babies over different colors could very well have changed, okay, simply because it's been 50 years. and different people, different races, different combinations of folks and genes and genetics and essences would change the so maybe the propensity of folks to have blue eyes has changed from the way it was when I was in high school. A trick of light, sure gonna have some willpower tonight not to have some graham cracker, peanut butter, nor hot chocolate. Well, that just, for whatever reason, you can't have it. I will stand by you. But personally, it sounds good. I have to agree with you, David. There's no proof at all for New Age Galactic Alliance. There is more proof of a simpler explanation. We are hybridized. That is the goal. Some of us are, yeah. And now, um, the things that I've seen and witnessed over the years, uh, there's going to be more truth that comes out about. And I'm not trying to get you to agree with me, but I think with more proof, you will change your mind. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that, and not necessarily about the Galactic Alliance, but from folks and that I have trusted over the years and things that I've seen and shown and witnessed myself. There are folks, whatever you want to call them, that are working on our behalf. That to me is the true fact, because that was one of the things years ago. I was like, look, why should I care about other people or myself if we're just going to get wiped off the face of the earth and it ain't going to frickin' matter, right? So I had, for my own self-respect and for my speaking with my, spirit guides in this, it had to be that, come on, guys, there's got to be hope. Are we, honest to God, just seriously doomed? And then it was like, no, there are folks of different races and types of beings and stuff. Some of them can be like interdimensional, that are honestly trying to keep the bad guys from winning, you know? So I have faith in that. Now, where you could say, well, what do you base your truth on? Faith. Faith. I have to have faith that the evil's just not always going to win, that the bad guys aren't always going to win, because I see good happening on this planet, and my intelligence and understanding says that if it can happen here, it must be able to happen other places in the universe, because we are not alone. But also in the, when you look at the images of the solar observatory, and you see all the sunspots and everything and the different colors. Well, when you're looking at those images, you see all kinds of things that are like flashing across the sky, the lens, and they're coming at you and going this way. Some of those objects look exactly like the early versions of the Star Trek Enterprise. And, these spaceships have been visible on our satellites for a long time. Huge orbs that back up to the sun. I mean, come on. People say, well, that's just, okay. It's just a what? Well, but it's just it's a, go ahead. It's a what? It backed up, put out a tail, put it in the corona thingy of the sun or whatever, you know what I mean? And then when it was through, it left. It's a dead comet. What? It's some kind of negative energy. What? Come on. And these things are huge. They're as big as the earth. Okay. There are still giants in the universe. There are, have been was debris discovered in the rings of Saturn, remnants of giants, and large spaceships. I mean, there are earlier days when uh, um, I can't remember the name of the satellite that went by. Cassini or something like that, that took pictures of Saturn and went on out, and they just like, "Ooh, look at the rings," and there was people just didn't have um, um, access to the many pictures because it was showing too many details in the rings of Saturn years ago. Let the people do most of the work for me. That way, it's an easy takeover. Here's the thing: we got to pay the what's the old saying? Death and taxes are the only two like sure enough stuff in this world. Um, I think that talking about the devil all the time, blaming these evil things on the devil, these are people that have this other essence in them. Okay, they don't have good angel essence in them. They might, quite frankly, have the essence of a race of um, not demons, but a race of beings that look like demons, and who have zero compassion, even for their own kind. I mean, they have no compassion. So, and they're bloodthirsty critters. Okay, I doubt anyone is working on our behalf, which comes we full circle. Faith above reason and logic based on history. Well, I've reached my reason of faith by what I've seen. And so I'm going to leave it at that. Not to try to talk anybody else into it, but my faith comes from how do I believe this is because of the things that I've seen and witnessed myself. So I have the conversations, and yes, it does. But there are folks who are controlling that narrative, that always want to make a war out of something, that always want to make people scared, who always want to create chaos. And it's these elitist, yes, the Bilderbergs and some of those folks. You don't hear me use those terms, but there are bloodlines of folks who absolutely have a lot to do with what goes on the planet. Now, they have many of these have different types of ET bad blood in them. Okay, because if you watch what the Bilderberg groups do and whatever, is any of it really good for humanity? Honest to God, really? It's for their own self, whatever, right? Grandiose motions. So there are powerful people who, at least they think they are, who are trying to mold and rule the world as in Agenda 21 and Agenda 30. So they've been quite frank and open about it to all of us what their plan is. And they keep working on it. And we keep breaking the mold. So whether you believe in ET or not, do we believe that they're going to succeed? I can say no. I don't want these folks who think we're all going to be dead by 2030. Now they might do something to us and we might all be dead by 2030. Well, that'll kind of fix things, won't it? We won't have to worry about if they're going to kill us or not. We'll all be dead, and we'll be talking about this from the other side. You know what I mean? So but anyway, what matters now is that spiritually, however we find it, and we stay true to ourselves. Stay true to the spirit, because nobody else can save our souls but us. It's our choices, it's what we do, it's how we act and interact with people. It's what it, and that's what it becomes, our soul, our spirits, it becomes our essence. Okay. Just because there's somebody like, just because, for me, see, it's just because he's a Catholic priest doesn't mean that he's not a pedophile and a sex maniac and a perverted son of a bitch, like Father Eugene McCarthy at Most Holy Redeemer Church, who got more than one person besides me Two other people that I know of. Father Eugene McCarthy. I hope he rots in hell. You know, so but to me, were all priests bad? No. Was the Catholic Church bad in and of itself? Well, they promoted it. They have. They didn't. Never. They never apologized to me or those other people that I'm aware of. They continue it. It's, you know, so um, they're not honorable in my opinion. So why would I follow a church or any kind of religion that's not even honorable unto its own members? Like me and other boys and girls too. There were nuns that came out years ago and talked about the abuse of priests within convents and orders of different, you know, just ungodly, that priests would abuse the nuns and the nuns would get pregnant and they would you know, allow them to have the babies and then kill the babies and bury them in the back of the convent. There were places where there were little tiny cemeteries that they went in and dug up, and there were all these babies in the back of the church, kind of thing. And it was because the nuns were having the priests' babies, and they weren't allowed to bring them into this world, and they were killed, murdered, or otherwise, and buried out back. You know, so how can you follow a religion or an order or whatever when the folks that have, you know, talked about their church and their beliefs and God is the Almighty, when they have done these horrendous things and won't apologize for them? You know, they still don't apologize for the crusades and some of the shit they did back then. Hey Amanda, I have watched a documentary about that here on YouTube. uh Designed an anti-gravity engine, then completely changed it so it wouldn't work. Then my ex says, well, that you don't say. Travis. Here's one I think we can all agree on. There's more to this story than we know. All right. However you want to put it, there's more to this story than we know. Then there are two types of people: those who know how to survive on their own resources. These are people I trust. Then there are those people like me who have to earn their trust because I am other. Well, I've seen there's some other folks in between as well. I would say, Niles, from just people that I know around here and over the years. So there's three or four groups, not just one or the other. But I understand what you mean. Uh, you out of here, Steve? It's good to see you. No, the law of now here I have those folks who do exorcisms and things and use the, you know, Christ will, you know, banish all demons, and I said in the name of Christ be gone. And there are some of those folks who are just going to look at you and go, who? Having met a few of these entities, but the one thing that has saved my spiritual ass and physical ass actually uh, was there is honor and respect. So if you don't have to like them, you don't, you know, you don't have to agree with them, but you have to respect them. So when I do a ceremony, what I learned was I say to all the spirits nearby, I welcome you to this ceremony. I welcome you to this drum. And if you are a good spirit, you're absolutely welcomed around the drum. Come in and join. If you're on the fence spiritually, you know, because there are some spirits out there ain't figured out what they are yet, having floated around for a while. And my neighbor agrees that we got a portal in the backyard between our two properties. We talked about that the other day. I said, it's right back there. And he goes, yeah, I've seen it. But I'd be like, okay, so I'm not crazy. But anyway, so and the trail cams that they use in the backyard here, it's got all kinds of orbs, he says, on the trail cams, and they know there are spirits wandering around in our backyard. So, but anyway, so that's how I know that there are spirits and that spirits do exist, and that some, get stuck here and some choose to be here. And there are different dimensions of spirits who show up as things. These are physical things, have taken pictures of them, have witnessed them myself along with other people. So, do these things exist? Well, there are those of us who didn't believe, but now do believe because we've taken pictures of them ourselves, right? And no matter who wants to talk us out of it, we got pictures. And we have both seen, the same thing in the same area when neither one of us talked about it till the other day, kind of thing. So, are there entities and things and stuff, but not all of them are bad. So, but the deal is though that the respect. So, in my asking to cleanse an area, or whatever, so I say, and if you're a bad spirit, you're willing, um, if you're a bad spirit, I respect you and honor you, but honor and respect me and this ceremony. You're can watch all you want to, but unless you bring good energy to this ceremony, I would respectfully ask you to stay out of it. So they can wander around outside my little perimeter that I have is saged and whatever. And but there is honor and respect in certain areas. Now some of these beings just don't give a flip. Okay. And honor is like, so what? Because they have zero compassion. But even those can, and it's not everyone, but because not every human being is the same. So not every, lizard critter is the same. Some of them might have a twinge of compassion, or at least have a thought to, like, you know, my brother, he goes over here and just kills people with willy nilly and just has a ball. I kill them because the master tells me to, but I don't really get off on it. You know what I mean? So even though they're blizzards, even though they're doing, they're, but that doesn't mean that each one of them feels the same way about it. You know what I'm saying? Because each of us, as the creator says, has their own um, choice in the matter. They have free will. You keep your mind closed, then you will never get invited to the intergalactic shuffleboard tournament. Yep. And at times, my, it seems like they're upstairs, playing cards or dominoes or something. But you have intergalactic friends that they believe they're real. Yeah. For those of you who've been around when I do readings and stuff, I just have to have faith and trust because, too many of you have said, man, those cards are right on for me. So I can't, I try not to interfere. I'm just the person that they're saying, okay, that's the card right there. Pull that one right there. Or shuffle them until you got to this. Okay, Saturnian. It's good to see you. Absolutely. So yeah, and it was just going to be a short conversation, and I'm coming up on 3 hours again. So much love and honor to all of you all, but to the universe, to finish up about what I have done with ceremonies, by acknowledging that there may be some negative spirits in my neighborhood when I'm doing a sure enough fire and a drum and a ceremony. Instead of telling them to go away, I ask them to be respectful of my ceremony. They can stay and watch. I can't really stop them. I tried. That shit don't work. It just pisses them off. So you invite them to watch, but respectfully stay out of the ceremony, especially if they have negative energy. And I invite those entities, whoever they may be, because we've taken pictures of the orbs around here. So I know they exist in these woods. So I invite those who are on the fence, they're not quite sure if they're good or bad. Come on in. We'll share the good. But if you want to bring negative energy in, I respectfully ask you to remain out of the ceremony. So I asked them politely versus demanding. I demand you spirits to be gone. Hallelujah. I am here to comfort the sick and save the sinner. And here in Jesus' name, I banish you. That shit don't work. Okay. Not on some of these levels. I don't care how much faith you got, they just ain't going to listen and pay attention to them because Christ does not matter. That word doesn't register in their language and because they have no empathy. So I don't care who the source God is behind me. I got 100,000 angels behind me. They don't care. Okay. But I have the faith of 1,000. Okay. So good for you. You're still going to be dead because they have no compassion. And no matter what kind of magic or whatever you try to bring up, some of these entities, unless you got a sword that's as big as theirs, and unless you can chop their head off, sort of like Highlander, then it's not necessarily that you're doomed, but you ain't going to win that battle. You know what I mean? Because they have no compassion. So we can be as good and have all the crosses we want and all this other kind of stuff. But if those entities, because of who they are, they don't have to pay attention to us one bit. The word of Jesus and Christ and the Bible and all that is just, you can just have faith without a cross or religion or anything and do as much good as, some of these others. But anyway, tear down your brain prison. You're smart. Yeah, now as I am not relating you to my other Catholic friends, but there are some folks that um, are Christian, Catholic, Christian. There is a certain mindset, and they simply, I mean, they believe that giants existed, but they don't believe that giants still exist in the universe in a giant spaceship that has showed up on satellites with a tail that gets gas so it can move around the universe. And no, that's impossible. Well, but they do believe giants are on the planet, like L.A. Marzulli and in the search for the Nephilim. And I appreciate his work, but here's the thing for him. If he says, well, if the aliens show up and say, we're your ancestors and Jesus was one of us, that he ain't gonna believe it. But what if Jesus really was an ancestor from one of these alien beings, and like the Charistus? And what if some of us are of that bloodline? And what if it's true? Like the natives say that they come from the dog star Sirius, and you're not going to change their mind. So, and they believe that they're going to be visited again and some of the natives believe now that they have been visited by some of their ancestors from Sirius. So, okay, so it has to come to our own belief in what we have learned ourselves. That is true. Where my faith has come in on some of these things to be able to go, well, I've seen enough to just have faith that there's a little bit more out there because of what I've seen up to this point. What my spirit guides have shown me, the many times I've done card readings and folks will go, that was right on, Dave. So you go, okay, so my connection with my spirit guides must be pretty good, right? And that's why I ask y'all, I want to see what my average is doing, because if my connection is off and if I'm pulling cards that make no sense to you, I need to know that, you know. Um, but so your response has been, damn right on, Dave. So not all Catholics are bad. I agree with that. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Um, but my grandmother, who tried to sell me to another lady and keep me out of the family, who got rid of my sister, who made my mother give up her third child, because she was a strict and devout Catholic, who went to church every day of her life. I spit on grandma's grave. And for the faith that I had in priests who tried to rape me, and we won't even go there. So my take on Catholics and Catholicism, but are all Catholics bad? No. Are all Baptists bad? No. Are all Episcopalians bad? No. There are good people all over this planet that just are affiliated with whatever religion or organization that they seem to be appropriate at the time. So, but they're good. I have faith in humankind because humans have free will. Now, I know there are governments that want to force us to do and all this, but we still have the free will to ignore it. We still have the to say no. I mean, even during the days of the Jews and stuff, there were people, if they said no, I won't cooperate, the Germans just shot them dead. So they had a choice. You say, well, not, but that was a bad ending, but they still had a choice. Now, some of those folks who chose to live because, their families would have been killed and shot, and, it was very horrible, but those are really bad, nasty people who were forcing folks to do that. So, society and whatever are the ruling factors in the society, because all of those Germans were believed that they were the new race and that they were the new way and that they were the new, and the Nazis were to come up with the Nazi bell that looks like a spaceship. I mean, what? So you say, did Hitler and them have conversations with ET? We have to just say, listen, there's a whole lot more going on out there. Not every ET is a good one. Not everyone's a reptilian, and not all reptilian looking ETs are bad or will try to eat you. There's just so much more in the universe that your imagination can only reach a certain point of it. And for me, when I pass on, I want the freedom to be able to fly through the universe and see what's out there. You know what I mean? He can't, won't see it, can't until it's uh 5 till. Thank you, Isby. Okay. Oh, it's 15. Yeah, all righty. I'll stay out with you. So I mean, look, everybody, I'm more interested in that if you want to say that you believe in God and that but you have faith in that and are a good person, I don't, I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm not. I will say though that I'm glad that you have a spiritual part of you. I'm glad that you're seeking truth, but in my heart and those things that I have found, I feel there's more than religion, and it's called just pure spiritualism. So, but I will support you, unless want to go out and kill a bunch of people in God's name. Then we ain't having that. Unless they're truly evil, wicked, mean, and bad, nasty people. But sometimes there are circumstances we just have to take care of business. If there's if there's a pedophile, in a area, and he's been caught and he's been identified, and the locals want to take him out and hang him to a tree and cut off his private parts, and and set him on fire with kerosene, then maybe that's what the punishment should be. Uh, they won't do that again. You know what I mean? So sometimes we're too kind in trying to be, quote, humane, when maybe being humane is not what we should do to some folks, because they don't understand what that means. And no matter what, how much convincing or prayer, or whatever church they may go to, they still aren't very good people. And I try my best not to see it, but it was the evil in Father Eugene McCarthy's eyes, the pedophile priest at Most Holy Redeemer in Tampa. There was this demon look in his eyes that, oh, he was a priest. Yeah, but why is he feeling me up? Why is he trying to, do my ass? What's going on with this priest that my religion says I have to tell my sins to? I must respect him. And he's trying to, put something in my butt. I'm sorry, but I've just changed my opinion of these people and of this church, who obviously support it, because they never did anything to this man that I know of, except send him to another parish. So the Catholic Church supported this behavior. So I like the Catholic Church? No. But if you've not been pedophiled by a priest and you still believe in the Eucharist and all that, and you're a good Catholic, I will support you in your belief, but not me. I converted and I was a great Catholic, but I didn't cheat. So I guess I'm not good enough. Johan, I still have friends of mine from Tampa Catholic that are still devout Catholics. I love them. I do. And they didn't have the same conversation that I did with Sister Helene after we graduated, because we all graduated the same day from my class anyway. But so, and my own insights, not many of them didn't know that priest had pedophiled anybody. They thought it was just a rumor, and then there were those of us who had to actually deal with it, and the craziness of, especially back then, especially for me, the sexual thing of this and that. What the hell's going on? Here's a priest that's trying to diddle me. Okay, what's going on here? And they talk about a man and a woman. Then now here's the priest who's trying to, I mean, this will messed with my mind for a long time. So, and where is the respect, and where is the oh, is it 20? Did I miss it? Here, I'm going to assume it's 20. Yeah, it's 1:20 a.m. But something else, as a Catholic, woo, that was a good one. Ooh, that one went all the way down. As a Catholic, I was an altar boy. And as an altar boy, I was the guy with the incense, the little thing and the chain and all. Man, I was letting her go, man. I was like, I would flood the church with incense. And there were people like, what? And I loved it, man. I was the incense guy. About this time of year, through Christmas and doing the Stations of the Cross and stuff, oh, that's Easter, ain't it? But anyway, for a high mass around Christmas time and everything, and give me the incense, man. I'm gonna load the place up. So and I still love incense and sage and stuff. But here's the thing: from watching and learning Native American traditions, there are more ritualistic sacrifices in the Catholic Church, okay, and the ceremonies, okay. So you have to be, baptized, you should be circumcised, you should have your first communion. So you have to be, accept this piece of bread that has been transmuted into a human being. So you're eating the blood and the body of Christ. In no native traditional anything are they asked to eat any, maybe some chicken or, a buffalo or something, but they're not asked to eat their quote God or their Godhead figure in any way, shape, or form. Are they, do they eat something to remember them by and drink blood in that? Now, there are those natives who, after the kill, there's folks who still kind of do it, in that they will take some of the blood and drink it fresh from a kill, and some will eat the heart or the liver or something like that. And you go, ooh, that's gross, but okay. But um, every time there was a mass said, they change this bread into the body of Christ, and you go up there to eat it. Now, I mean, even Wiccans and folks like that don't do that kind of shit. So you stop, if you just quit thinking about Jesus for a minute, and that it's Christian. If you just look at the church, uh, there's a lot of stuff that resembles black dark magic, with the sacrifice of the lamb, the terminology. We're changing, we're going to drink the blood of Christ with the wine. We're going to magically change it. Magically? Wait a minute, I mean, they're going to, and they really mistook what Jesus said as a, this is my body, this is my blood kind of thing. The wine is the, the blood back then. It was safe to drink, uh, and even if it was more like vinegar, it was better for you sometimes than the stinky ass water they had back in those days. So everybody drank wine. Why? Because it was distilled, it had been through a process, and it was safer to drink than water. Okay. So, all this stuff, but, so this transmogrification thing that the Catholics insist upon, and insist that you must have the Eucharist and you must eat it. In all of studies of Aboriginals and stuff and things, is like nobody does that. Okay. Not even figuratively speaking, do they do that. There may have been a tribe somewhere along the line, but Catholics, every time the Mass is said, is this transmogrification, and here's the body of Christ, come and eat me. And when I first got out of the church and I was studying, of all things, demonology and Satanism, okay? Because there were a lot of, movies back in them days of vampires, and we was at the drive-in the night that the original showing of Night of the Living Dead was shown in black and white back in the day, and it was like one of the grossest things we had ever witnessed. Okay. And we're freaked out by it, I'm here to tell you. Okay. But we'd seen these demon things and the devils coming and the bats and the stuff, and be okay. um but and there are societies and folks who do that. Okay. But for a Christian church to promote the things that, if you watch these devil worship movies kind of thing, they're making sacrifices. Everybody's going to have a piece of this person. We're going to barbecue. There was one particular movie that was really gross, and that they barbecued this lady, like right in front of the dinner party, and they were Germans who were this certain group or something. It was very bizarre, and they were eating parts of this woman who had been, basically fricasseed and barbecued, and she was laid out on the table with an apple in her mouth. And so, and it was just like, they were going to eat of this, and the whole story about that. So when I got away from the church and to look back on the church, I went, oh shit, these people are nuts. And then I found out, well, I knew about I've talked about this before, but mass can't be performed correctly without the little block, the little marble thingy, whatever, that has um, basically a dead saint in it. An ancient artifact. I can't think of the word artifact. That's not it. But anyway, a relic. It's a relic. Okay, so it's a relic from the church, and so the priests get their thing and stuff. So when they say mass, this relic, this block is built into at least most Early Redeemer church is gone now. It's been tore down as something else, and they may have rebuilt a new one. But in the top of the altar was a square inlaid that where this relic sits. And when the priest goes out, and I've watched old movies and stuff, and those movies that are like really true to what they're showing, the priest comes out with this square underneath the chalice, and he's holding on to the square and holding on to the chalice. The square is the relic. So wherever the priest would go in war times and stuff, I'd notice, I was like, what's he got this little square thing for? And he'd lay it on the table wherever he was saying mass. But without that little square relic, the mass ain't no good, because it's whatever that relic is the magic. Okay. Now, why you got a dead person's bones or whatever in this little square every time you'd say a mass? And I got to thinking about it, and I was like, talk about magical bullshit. They got to have this piece before they can say mass. They can't just, do it on the table. Like, okay, here, I got a cup. I got some water. We got some, Mogan David wine, and we got some bread over here. We're going to say mass. Nah, that shit don't count. It just don't count. If the priest or whoever was to do it, in the eyes of God, it don't count. And in the eyes of the creator's looking down, going, what are you stupid humans doing? And you're doing it for God? I'm sorry, but I never asked any of my other native peoples to go through this kind of bullshit. They just pray straight to me. We don't need all this crap, with body and blood and this and that. We've got to do all these other beliefs, and we have to go through 7 sacraments. And women can't get one sacrament because they're women. They can't become a priest. So it's like, that should be outlawed right there. But this idea, though, that Catholics, and I know I love y'all who are still Catholics. I'm not trying to get you to disbelieve, but what I'm trying to get you to understand, there's more to that story than because you have believed it. Well, it's the Pope and it's the Catholic and it's the this and it's the one true church, because it says in certain passages that, and one of the reasons why I gave up on the church was that, they a priest refused to see my grandmother before she died because she wasn't Catholic, and she was non-denominational, and it was like, screw you, buddy. Of course I was already out of the church, but I was really out of the church after that. I was like, that's just, you know no matter. And I've known some priests who would have, regardless of the denomination, would have stayed true to their moral faith, that someone needed comforting at the end of their life, and you could go and possibly help them. Are you Catholic? No. Well, I'll come talk to you anyway. Nope. It was like, nope, sorry, you're not Catholic. I go right by your I'll wave at you as I go by. Good luck in your death, but sorry you're not baptized. So you just don't fit the criteria of what, the Catholic is, right? So because of all these man-made rules, I was like, and having had the trauma of several priests and the pedophile stuff and everything and all that, just going, I'm sorry, but there is more to this world. There is a spirituality. I still believed in Mother Mary. I still believed in the back of my head anyway, and I was reminded over the years, that I got a mission in life later on, and I'll let you know when it's time. And she showed up right over here in the room when it was time. And I've been doing this ever since. So, but my belief, my understanding are there's some core values of, quote, the Catholic in me, probably. But this idea that I have to go through all these sacrifices and jump through all these hoops to talk to God or to have a relationship with God, I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I believe each and every one of us can accept and receive the energy from the universe. Rubbing clarified what? Holy oil. Yeah, Jesus was a good prophet. Yeah, and Sister Helene told me that. I would have taken you for a new age ascension type, and I find it hard to respect it as it is not proof whatsoever. One in an abbey just north of me had a man that returned from his childhood to kill the priest that sodomized him 30 years earlier. If I knew that Father Eugene McCarthy was still alive and I knew where he was, I would go pay that some bitch a visit, okay? And I would want to punch him in the nose, first off, just because of all the years that what he did to me, my brother, and other people that I knew after I came out about Father Eugene McCarthy of Most Holy Redeemer Church, Tampa. That other folks, told me on the side, yeah, he got me too. And it's like, what? It's bad enough for me, but then people that I knew he got them too. So it just made me even more mad for them, that the power and the whatever. And it's like, well, some bitch, and so each one of us has paid our entire life because of what these religious men did to us. We've had to hold these truths in these, whatever the feelings are. I mean, for me, oh my God, guilt, guilt ridden for years because I allowed it to happen. I didn't choke the son bitch when I should have, maybe, or I fought back from McCarthy. But the thing that he kept pursuing me, it was a constant. I mean, it interfered. I mean, he pinched me in the butt during a funeral service, standing on the steps of Most Holy Redeemer Church as they were loading the casket from a funeral into the hearse. He's pinching me on the butt. There are people there around us, and I'm going, what? And trying to, slap his hand. And he thinks it's funny. And it happened to other boys, they would not serve as an altar boy if Father McCarthy was there. And he would open up the door where the altar boys would change and stuff and whatever, and he'd like open the door like somehow he was going to catch us, and we'd have to go in there and help him put on his robe and stuff and everything. And Father McCarthy, as I remembered, was always leering at us. And when you see that in a person's eyes, that leering, I've seen it in the Pope's eyes. Okay, this guy now. Years ago, they did some close-ups. They handed him this child, and he was all glinty, and his face went into what Eugene McCarthy's face looked like when he was chasing us. And so I was like, this guy who's trying to be the Pope, he's one of them simply by the look on his face. And other people have described it too. They go, I've seen that face before. And there was one of when the Pope is here in the United States or something, there were commentators who said, did you see the Pope's face just change right there when they handed him that little boy? And they was like, what? Did you see his eyes change? And a bunch of us, and this was like on live TV at the time when he had come over and visited, but so other people have noticed it and said something about it. But for those of us who have been pedoed, you can't get that out of your head. You see, what that looks like. And for women who've been raped or whatever, they know what that looks like. It's terrorizing. And it will haunt your dreams. So, but for folks who now look, there are Lutherans who have done it, there are Episcopalians, there are Methodists who have done it. So it ain't just the Catholics, okay? I might add. But to the point that the Catholics say that they are the one true holy church, and it says so in the Nicene Creed, the Holy Catholic Church, a communion of saints, and forgiveness of sins, and life everlasting. Amen. It's the Apostles' Creed. And so, in that, you swear allegiance to the Catholic Church because you believe it's the only church that's going to get you to actually go to heaven. And so, and every time you say it, and I got to the point where I would say the prayer up to that point because I was like, I don't believe that the Catholic Church is the only church. I have never really believed it. So I've been a heretic for a long time. And why Mother Mary would pick me, I think because I saw through the lies way back when none of this really made any sense to me. I mean, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. What the hell does this shit mean? I see through it, you know, and have seen through it. And over the years, more and more has come out that I, my belief and my observations are a lot more true than other people, for whatever reason, can't um, imagine that. I'm sorry, but and I'm not speaking about you, Niles, but there are people that I know are just, they're Christian folks, and they just can't believe that that's true. Okay, and I'm not going to fault you for it. But for those of us who have had our experiences, we know from a different perspective and from the true hand of mighty and the wrath of God, because some of us were threatened with the rod of God up our ass. Okay. And this was quotes by them. All right, that we must be punished for our sins with a hot poking rod up our ass is the only way to salvation. That's what they told us as they're trying to sodomize us. Okay. So the red hot poker was them. You follow me? I am going into more detail than I ever have before about some of this, but here's the thing about being open minded. You can listen to stuff, but it doesn't mean that you should accept everything. So, as the observer, which I've talked about many times, and that we should all learn to be the observer in life, you say, "Well, oh, that don't make no sense." Yeah, but then later on, you go, "Some bitch, some of that was true." So sometimes you have to listen without judgment and go, well, that may be far fetched. I mean, when I was growing up, the idea of true aliens, I mean, there were those of us kids in the neighborhood who'd seen UFOs flying over Tampa way back in the 60s. We used to call up the Tampa airport and radar and tried to call up MacDill Air Force Base because we saw stuff zigzagging in the sky and they weren't no helicopters because the helicopters we could spot and flew over our neighborhood back in them days too. So, it was no fun being a kid when the helicopters are spotting you out on the street when you're trying to play in the evenings. But anyway, I digress. But so this idea, so I just pray for everyone, be spiritual, regardless of how you get there. But a book of words is not going to save you. The contents within that book could save you, but people who report and um, who spout Bible verse all the time, in that they know the Bible inside and out, that somehow it gives them an edge. Not necessarily true, because they are using these words and verses because they will spout them to you because somehow you don't get it. So they use Bible verses to show how smart they are and how Jesus said this and because the Bible said. Well, you're not including some of the other books of the Bible, like Edith and Edna and some of these other people and some of these other, and Thomas and, oh, hang on, wait, Jesus had a brother. Well, the Catholic Church wouldn't talk about that for a long time. And Sister Helene told me about it back in 1970. And then later on it came out and I went, holy crap, Sister Helene was right, Um, she was right about this, she was right about that. And then, a few years back from now versus back then, um, there are a lot of people who are talking about, well, Jesus, he studied Buddhism. She told me that in the summer of 1970. For a long time, people said, David, you're crazy. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to try to get you to believe, but just consider it. Where did he disappear to? And where did he come back from? Nobody talks about it. Okay. But he went to the east versus the west, but he came back with this new type of thought process, right? And so, but where'd he go? Well, he was in the desert. Well, okay. Well, he was tempted. Okay. Uh, uh, you know, all right. But if he went east, then you don't have to say a whole lot more because that's where the Buddhism and Hinduism and everything, from where his location was if you traveled east. And if you traveled east far enough, he might have, learned about Confucius if he'd went all the way to the Great Wall of China, and made it that far. So this idea, though, that when he came back, so it's like, yeah, so there are a lot of things that, about the Jesus story and about stuff like that. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Christ. I believe in, the Holy Spirit in many ways, but not like the Catholics do. So I still have my faith, my core beliefs that Father Eugene McCarthy was reptilian shapeshifter. No, he was a man given too much power at an age when he could give away to the dark side. Alien shapeshifter, no, not necessarily. But I have met people, and for those folks who have been pedoed or sexually assaulted, there is a look in the eyes of the person, male or female, who may be doing it, and it just ain't right. So reptilian, their eyes changed, absolutely. Their face changes, absolutely. It is the creepiest thing I hate to remember. Okay, and singing. I'm seeing it too much in my head right now, trying to keep that vision out of my head, but to describe it to you. But women who've been raped and stuff and have seen their attacker or whatever, the look in their eyes, because if you listen to stories, they will say there was something about the eyes. There was something about the eyes. And that's true no matter who the attacker was or whatever the power, or I have had men come on to me and they had that same lusty look in their eye. And I have met women with that same look in their eye, just like really strange, and I have wondered over the years, like, where did these folks like come from? And anyway, but that's my own experience. And but it has been my experience, it has been that same look, regardless if it's a man or a woman, in that instance of power over you or whatever, or they think they have power over you, but it's in the eyes. It the eye, the windows to the soul. And there are times when I hit that face, will that look will come to me like in the darkness, and it's like, quite frankly, it's devilish. Okay. So, and it's not that, he was an assistant pastor. He didn't even teach. He was just the assistant pastor. But he knew somebody in the system, because all of the gay men within the church know each other. And there is this inner circle of the gayness. And it probably still is there, but back then it was like prevalent, right? And how do I know this? Because I went to a priest for help who was, he was very effeminate, but had never tried anything with me, who sent me to another priest to help me with my issues, because I had tried suicide, after Father McCarthy tried to poke me in the butt, and do those things. I tried to commit suicide. So, trying to still be a good Catholic, they sent me to this other priest who is worse than Eugene McCarthy. And so it's like they set me up for this third guy in line. And it's insanity. So if you've not had to experience it, I'm very grateful that you haven't. But for those of us who have had to experience it, and who still have visions and nightmares and can still see these things with all the, um, therapy and soul work and stuff that we've done, I still want to punch the guy in the nose. The nuns through 189 stillborn and premature babies. Yes, absolutely. And I talked about that earlier, but I absolutely agree with you. There are places here in the United States that there were older convents and stuff that they found dead babies buried in the backyard. Yes. Uh, I saw my ex's dead mom there. Wow, that's interesting. We can't take it away, but we can support you and your feelings. You're not alone in the fight that I would turn into and throw them into the sun. Yeah. Um, you too, Esby. But anyway, so why do I feel this way? Well, there's a really good, deep explanation, and there are other people that, add just, but, so, um, and to the point of the church never really apologizing and never really trying to take care of the problem, and never really exposing the priest, and never sending them to freaking jail for what they did. um, you know, it's just the church could have done so much more, and I might have stayed a Catholic. You know what I mean? Because I was very religious and very whatever, but and I was a devout Catholic. I was at church every Sunday, and as an altar boy, I would sometimes be there for 6:30 mass, and be there until the last mass, the 11:30 mass on Sundays, which meant that you got out about quarter after 12 or so, 12, 20-ish. And that I would either be the altar boy and or the commentator and read the from the the epistles, as when everything got turned around. So I would read the gospel, and I was very, I was told back then how well that I read, and that I read with feeling, and that people, that I knew within the church was like, they would congratulate me because they really liked the way I read the Bible, and how I, didn't stumble on words and stuff, and and that I took my reading of the gospel on Sundays to heart, and they could tell. So even as a 14, 15-year old, I was serious about what I was doing. But then all this other stuff happened. But to the point of being spiritual, I am, I still have that core within me, which is, do I believe in the Christ consciousness? Absolutely. Do I believe in, honor and wellness and beings? And so there is a great evil in the history of the Catholic Church. Oh, yes. Not just on a personal level, but a lot of other levels too. See, just because the church has been bad, your faith in Christ is what should matter, right? But here's the thing: if your faith in the church is a different matter. Yeah, but my faith remains. You know why? I know it all, and it makes me sick. But I needed to know. See, well, here's my thing: knowing all this about the church does not shake my faith in my Christ, in my God. Okay, I'm strengthened by it, but but the religion has nothing to do with it. So my faith is stronger than it ever was, but my faith in the church is like, you know. But my faith in Christ, my faith in the, I didn't use the word Bible, but because there are great works and words by many other folks. The Dead Sea Scrolls aren't included. There are many other gospels and things that aren't included with the Bible. There are many things, it's been edited so many times. So, but the idea and the goodness and the works of Jesus and miracles, absolutely, I'm with you. But for the church itself, I do not believe in the Catholic Church, especially as the one true church. But for folks who have no other way to stay connected to their God, stick with it. If there's nothing else that you can find or whatever, okie doke. But the church is created, and not all priests are bad, not all nuns are bad. I get it. I've met some wonderful priests who left the church because they didn't believe in their church anymore, but they never lost their faith in their God and in their, in their belief. So this understanding, there are different layers of this. There are Catholics now who want to go back to the old mass, in Latin and the way it used to be before the great ecumenical council. And the Pope has denied these people. He said, if you keep doing this, I'm going to excommunicate y'all. I'm going to excommunicate the priest because they won't follow us and move into the new era. When they're saying, well, wait a minute, this other way was good for 1,000 years. And now you're saying if we continue the tradition of what the church used to be, you're going to excommunicate all of us priests and anybody who follows us. This has been going on for years. So, within the church. So, my my thing would be keep your faith in God and Christ or whatever, not so much the church. That's it. You don't have to change tertians. You don't have to change beliefs in your Lord and Savior if that's what you wish, if that's what keeps you safe. Not a problem there. But your belief in how good the church is and how good the church is this and what the Pope is saying is all goody two shoes and stuff, I would say, please keep an eye on that. But keep your faith in that core belief of Mary. because she's helped me over many years. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for her kicking me and say, I got a chore for you. So in that, I'm kind of sort of got that little Catholic going on because I remember one of the statues in the Catholic Church that used to glow when I knew Mother Mary was in my presence. This statue would glow, and I'd look around, and none of the other statues would do it. And I would hear this voice, and I would have these conversations with Mother Mary. And and not every time did I go to the church to pray at at her statue or light a candle. Did the statue glow? But there were times when the statue glowed that really flipped me out, and then there were the times that she appeared to me in that form or similar when I wasn't in church at all, but out in nature. So, but anyway, yeah, and by the church's own predictions, it's in its own demise. Now, it doesn't mean that the church can't be restructured, but the church in its present condition is ended because it has created its own demise. The ecumenical council back in the 60s and everything, and when they changed everything around, they messed it up. But it has been foretold through Catholic prophets that this has to happen. Well, we're also for folks who would say we're at the end of days with all this other stuff. It was always the hope of my parents that I would become a priest, but I knew that these men would destroy me, so I turned them down. Good for you, Niles. But you kept your faith, though, didn't you? So, see, I've never lost my faith in Christ and the higher beings, but I lost my faith in the church and the people who run it. You know what I mean? So, but I still have faith in the spiritual sense. Don't ever lose that, regardless of what these other people do. Don't lose your faith there, please. I'm with you 100%, brother. Okay, because there are people who say, well, after everything that's happened to you with the Catholic Church and everything, Dave, how can you believe in a God that there really is a God? I had issues with that, let me tell you. How could a God allow this to happen? And I thought, because God ain't watching this. That's why. There's a man doing this to me who supposedly represents one of he's a priest. He's been ordained by God. And so that right there, I said, not my God. Nope, not my God. Not my God. Now, I didn't lose faith in Jesus. I didn't lose faith in Mary. I didn't lose faith in these other things, which many of these core things I still believe. But did I say these guys, the guy, whoever they believe in that's allowing this to happen to me, it ain't my God, period. But I know above and beyond, there is a good God. So in my despair of these priestly figures doing these things to me, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell, how did I ask for this? And being just a confused teenager in the 60s, what the hell, right? So, and then guilt sets in, and he's the priest, and he wants me to do these things, but should I? I mean, one of the priests had porn in the 60s, Where did this guy get porn? It wasn't available, but there was this underground priest thing where they traded porn. Okay, but they did not represent my God. After all of this, but my faith in the church, right? My faith in God, different. It changed, right? But then I'd had conversation with Sister Helene, which gave me faith to believe that there's something higher than pedophile priests. Because I'd asked her, and I've mentioned this before, I said, well, sister, if you don't really believe in what the Catholic Church is preaching, then why are you still a nun? And she said, what else am I going to do? And she said, besides that, I took my vows with in the her Dominican or whatever her vow was. She said, I made my vow to God, not to the church. So whatever the church was doing, she had made her vow to God, which was totally different. And in that, I found solace in what the priest did to me, in that they don't belong to my God. But I believe in my God, like Sister Helene, like she took her vow to the Creator, to God. She believed that till her death. And so for me, regardless of what the church people say, I still know where my spiritual connection is. Regardless of Buddhist or Baptist or church or whatever, I know what my connection is. So for you all, wherever you find it, find it. Yes, between you and God, or the Holy Spirit, or however you want to phrase it. But for most of you, I don't use the word God much. Actually, very rarely. But it is about the spirit of the universe, because uh, there's even some, I can't remember anything right now, but are phrases and terms and things in the Bible that um, kind of show that some of this um, Jesus was talking about back then, you know, and the higher spirit, and being in the house with the Lord, and there were just certain phraseologies and things that there's still, regardless of, for me, the Bible's a great book and there's some good stuff in there. Don't, but this, oh, there's so many people who are like, oh, St. Paul was like the dude. And then there are people within the Catholic Church and priests and nuns who have said, please, Jesus, don't read anything that's written from Paul. It's just so far off the mark. So, within all these groups, there are people who believe these things. Now, some of these folks have been to the Vatican, and there's proof they have studied this stuff a lot more than you and me could. And in listening to some of these priests and nuns and some of these I've met, I stop and go, you've been to the Vatican? Yes. And I've been to the archives? Yes. And I was there for, 6 months as part of my duties as a nun. And I had to go there as this and like an apprentice. And I got to talk to here, and I got to go down the stairs, and I was in the Vatican, and I, got to overhear conversations and talk to these people and read some of these things myself. And you go, oh, okay, so that little bit that I've learned through the news or whatever, or hearsay, or we didn't have internet back then, it was hearsay stuff, right? That, oh my God, after all these years, and these things have, these truths have been coming out and showing up, and I'm like, holy crap! Sister Helene was right all along on so many subjects. It's like creepy. So, but she had been in the organization, so some would say, I've had this inside information. As devout a Catholic as I was, she was just as devout to her faith in God, not the church. So that's where I'm bringing this up. Have your faith in God or the Creator or however you look at it, but don't trust the church. I mean, my example for years has been, it was a sin to eat meat on Friday. It had to be fish. It couldn't be chicken, could be red meat, couldn't be pork. And so the many times, because I worked on a carnival and stuff, and we were in places where there wasn't any fish and there wasn't any alternative. The only thing you could eat was a hot dog or a hamburger. And there were times when we starved because we didn't want to make a sin. We didn't want to, no, we didn't want to sin against God. And then so as a child and growing up and as a teenager, and this thing about, and then all of a sudden one day they said, oh, that thing about it's a sin to eat meat on Fridays. Well, we decided that was a little arcane, and it doesn't matter anymore. Y'all are absolved of your sins. What? So on a whim, it has been a sin all this time growing up, and now it ain't a sin at all. Wait a minute. So, in my lifetime, there are things like that. So, do I trust the church? Oh, hell no. No, I don't trust them. I think there are millions of people with selective amnesia, but I'm also agnostic and on some days a Satanist, above all a Catholic and the child of Mary. See, and you know what your core value is right now. So, but um, if the Sacred Heart of Mary, in my opinion, is the epitome of what folks call the goddess of, yeah. But if you're finding the truth through your conversations now, and that truth can only come to you. It can't be mine or somebody else's. It can resemble mine or somebody else's. But when you find the truth and it sets in for you, it's going to be your experience, just like it was for me and other people. And, so here's the thing I would say about your statement: I fight through everything, I demand it. Demanding something to the universe is like, you might not get it. And by demanding it, you may find more pitfalls and things than if you would request it versus demand it. Now, I know what you mean, but when you say certain things, I demand it from the universe sometimes goes, yeah, sorry. And sometimes the universe does it just to teach you a lesson. And they throw you a coyote card, and to fight through it. If you continue now, have you been with me for a while? I've talked about the use of words. So if you use the word fight all the time, then it will continue to be a fight. If you call it a struggle, if you change your wording from a fight to where it's going to be an exciting adventure, uh, you know, prone with pitfalls and dangerous death-defying feats. Well, okie dokie. But if it's a fight all the time, then it will always be a fight. You have to give up the words to it's going to be an adventure or it's going to be a something, and rather than demanding it, request it from the universe. A lot of times requesting it is a whole different tone of voice to the universe, and the vibration's different. And you say, I'm asking the universe to share this with me. I seek the truth, I want the truth. And you say, man, then you go, I demand it. See, back in the day when I was learning my basic shaman stuff, I was demanding that the evil spirits go away. I was demanding, and they just kicked my ass. So sometimes using the words, having those thought processes will keep you from getting there, because the universe is asking you to change your tone of voice. It's going to be it could be a struggle, not that it will always be a fight. So you start with yourself, um and um be careful with your terminology. And I tell you this in that because we all want to get it right. So our terminology and what we quote demand from the universe could simply, in our head, we really want the truth. We seek it, and our brains are going, we kind of sort of demand it. We don't always get it though, do we? No matter how hard we demand we get something, we don't always get the truth, no matter how we feel about it, right? So, but we can request strongly that the universe give us the truth, that people hopefully will, because we can demand that the CIA tell us who shot Kennedy for real. We ain't going to get it, right? and that recently was told that they can't let it out again, right? Thank you, Chloe. So, but anyway, I'm not trying to pick on you, but with this thought process, I still understand we are nothing more than that we need and demand. It's not the guy with the horns and tassel. Rely on the universal law of respect. Yeah, right, Johan. Just be fair. Just be modest. Have enough ego to be proud of yourself without being boastful. Uh, and be humble if someone asks for your story or whatever. Proper words and respect goes a long ways than any other way. Absolutely, Steve. And I've talked about this in the past and in great detail in on some videos. But for folks who really don't understand, because I used to do this all the time. I called myself an idiot. I was stupid. What an asshole. I cursed myself all the time. And because I was in depressed state, I was like, I'll never get out of this. I'll never get over the guilt of what the priest did. And one of the first things I learned in this shaman thing is that you must use different words. If you're gonna get ahead, then you got to change the words, because the words that you use create your present and your future. So if you're always fighting for something, it will continue to be a fight. If you're always struggling to get ahead, it will always be a struggle. And I stopped using those words and terminologies, and my life changed in that all of a sudden I was relieved of the pressure that I'm struggling in my life. And I went, nah, I'm just living life. Yeah, but it's a struggle. Nah, it ain't. Some days are hard. Other days are fun as hell. But life is a struggle. No, not really. So I had to go through this whole word and verbiage thing. And let me tell you, it's very powerful. And even for your own thoughts, and whether you're trying to project it to someone else, it's not the point. It's the fact that Bill Lee Oswald, the baseball undertaker of New Ages on here, for the record, did not realize, but I still respect your theory. I am not a New Ager. I am so far away from some of these New Agers. And many of the folks on this channel, with me, with us, we don't agree with these New Agers either. We have kind of moved to a different style. So, no, there are not, I would very highly disagree with you on that point, Niles. From your opinion, we seem like New Agers. But if you really listen to some of these New Agers, you'd understand that we're in a different category. To some of you, yes, I can understand where you think this is New Age thought. But I was having these conversations with wise people way back before it was a New Age, like Sister Helene, the priest and things within the Catholic Church. Okay, talking about spiritualism and so forth. And that wasn't New Age. It was the old speaking. It's since then the New Agers that have changed the narrative within the Catholic Church, who've changed the narrative, and that those folks are the New Agers. Them folk, the last time I went to a Catholic Mass, I looked around and went, oh no, I'm sorry, I'd rather go to a Wiccan hoedown than to come to another Catholic Mass. Are you serious? Because I was an altar boy and I looked at what they called the Mass now and I went, nah, I can understand why there are those hardcore Catholics who are going, no, I just ain't buying this. I wouldn't buy into it either. So, but they're still devout Catholics and they put up with it, you know. So, but anyway, Delaney, you back in the house. So, anyway, he rode the rail back and forth. He had military manuals and poisoning. Yeah, well, it's sort of like um, Robert E. Lee. You know, Robert E. Lee, I did some deep research when I found out my real birth certificate and found out and met Cicero and met my other brothers on the Lee side of the family and met some of the other folks and aunts and uncles and stuff. And I went, so, but, you know, as I read into it, I was like, now this is some crazy ass shit. I could really be um, related to Robert E. You know, but what does that mean to me? Absolutely nothing. Will it get me, buy me a cup of coffee? No. But as far as tradition and history, so I went into studying Robert E., right? And he was a surveyor back after the Louisiana Purchase and whatever. He worked for the Army and whatever, but he was a surveyor and a map maker. And so they think of Robert E. as only the general of the South when he was a lot more than that. He had surveyed like Louisiana, West, and out in Texas, and he had been all kinds of places as a surveyor and mapper for the United States. And folks just don't know that. So there are maps and things that you know that great Confederate soldier, damn his soul, and they tear down his statues, was actually a map maker and helped open up the Louisiana Territory. Sometimes if you demand something, you get a demanding response from the cosmos, and sometimes that can mean your death. I would agree, or sometimes it can mean an answer from them to you personally. It's up to you, Niles. But I just know that I have gotten more answers from the universe when I simply asked than versus when I demanded. I'm just saying. I've gotten a lot more cooperation from them evil spirits because I respectfully asked them to respect my space. I, you know, so and for all the things that I have demanded in this learning on my journey, it hadn't worked. When I worked in theater with all the people that I've worked with, there were directors who demanded that their cast do these things. I asked. I didn't demand it from my characters. I didn't demand it from my cast. And there were people who worked for directors who demanded these things and they hated working for them. And then they came to work on a play that I was the director and they'd go, "Man, you're just so much easier." No, I would strongly suggest and ask and but as far as because there were the directors, I demand you listen to it. I demand you, and I would go, nah, I'm sorry, that just turned me off right there. So I would graciously ask my cast. I would people off to the side, I'd say, listen, you should really look at this way. The character will be like this. And as you learn your lines and get off book, where the directors, other directors would say, I demand you get off book in the next 2 days so that you can develop your character. One of the reasons why sometimes you can't get off book is because you're trying to develop your character. And in trying to develop your character, you forget your freaking lines. I know, because I always had my script in my back pocket because I would just like, son of a bitch, I'm so into my character, I forget the lines, right? So, but anyway, so in the demand and so forth, you do what you do and you understand what you understand. And hey, Jeannie, how are you? And cheers right back to you if you're talking to me. Um, 20 alert. Thank you, David. Is it that now or is it coming up? Oh, it is now. Okay. So, damn, I've been here 4 hours now. Boy, this was going to be such an easy subject to discuss. Oh well, I have crossed out of the Earth wobble into a different um, into a whole different subject, but the spiritualism of the universe. But anyway, however you can find that spiritualism, keep it. Don't let any church or anybody else break that from you. And if the church gets wonky, but you still believe, believe, you know, because churches are just organizations that, and they think they know what's best for us. And from my point of view, the example of the Catholic Church and its demise over the years should be proof that the church is not the answer, but, creator and the soul and the spirit, and that is. So I support any and all peoples, regardless of their faith or religion, that they will continue to find that true spirit in them, however they need it. So, and I'm behind you. I'm with you. You would not have told us what you have told us unless I demanded it. You didn't demand it. Nah, this conversation needed to be done in a roundabout way. It's about reaction and response. Okay, if that's what you want to believe. But I have kind of felt this conversation coming on for a while, and I have discussed it before, Niles. If you had been with me 2 or 3 years ago in conversations, I've had this conversation before. So you don't need religion to have a connecting with the source. That's absolutely it, Greenie. But like I've talked about my daughter, and I love her, I do. But she, with all of her experiences and everything, and she was a drug addict, and she's a recovering alcoholic kind of thing. I don't think she's had a drink in a while. So, but that she needs her Bible, and she needs the Bible to whatever connections to the God or whatever and so forth. And I'm like, she relies on the Bible, and that's sort of where I'm like, be careful, because your belief is more than what the Bible states. You have to believe in something. The Bible just kind of is to give you insight and whatever, right? It's but to that the Bible, the book itself, is the savior, is just like, please, but the Bible says, yeah, but in another chapter there's so many, like, oh, but John said this in chapter, okay, and they get so wrapped up in John said, or Paul said, or this guy said, or some ancient Moses said. Shut up. Let's bring this to the future. What did Jesus say? Forget about what John and all these other stuff. Let's focus on the dude, right? What did he say? But John said, no, 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 no. Stick with the subject. Jesus came to save our sins. But why does the Catholic Church demand that we be baptized from original sin when Christ supposedly died to cure all that? Just say it. And I have discussed this before. Um, but this idea, though, but the church comes up with the rules, right? Jesus was trying to break folks out of the tradition of the Jewish, everything has to have a sacrifice. You go to the temple, what do? You sacrifice a dove or a goat or a pig or whatever you've had sins and you're trying to repent from, you go sacrifice. Jesus in the temple with the money changers. It wasn't about the money. It was about the fact that they were making money off the people who came to, quote, worship, pray to God, and that they were sacrificing animals in the name of whoever. And that Christ was like, no, you ain't got to kill a bunch of animals to like save yourself or whatever. No, that's like against the rule of one, right? To you know to uh, to don't harm anything, right? So, it wasn't about the money. It was about the money changers, but it was more about what they were doing. He was saying, you people don't have to go out and slaughter animals to save yourself. But what did they do with the Bible? They had everything as a sacrifice, the sacrifice of the lamb, the sacrifice of this. Oh, the penance I did as a child with the Catholic Church, because we all had to put on a sackcloth and ash, and we had to bow down before on the church steps outside and smack ourselves with a rod to repent from whatever egregious sin we'd done, like eat meat on Friday. And then they changed the rules. God didn't change the rules, the church did. I'm just saying. So you want to believe in these folks, okie dokie. But they have changed what God said several times, okay? So if they made it a sin before and then they sort of just said, yeah, we changed our mind, then what else have they changed their mind about whether or not you should know the truth or not, you see? Because the truth was, it didn't matter to God whether we ate meat on Fridays. It was up to the church because they wanted to show us that we should give something up. We should uh, do penance for our sins. And, as a kid, I had to make up sins to go to the priest because we were forced to go to confession. And I'm thinking, I'm a little kid. What have I done wrong? I got to go in and repent to this guy for, right? So I would literally make shit up. Sometimes the cosmos likes a good debate. It would make sense that they would like the opportunity to be confronted. There's nothing wrong with a good debate, as long as there's, people will argue. So there are some people who will argue over everything. And I just look at them folks and go, I'm sorry, that's just wrong energy. But I got yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, you can argue with yourself, but if you want to have a debate on this subject, okay. But for some folks, and I'm not talking about you now, um, but I've known some folks personally that everything was a debate, everything was an argument, and to some of these folks who were supposedly my friends, who literally stabbed me in the back and did some other things, and quote, sullied my name and told stories that were simply not true. And this one person in particular literally stole a song I wrote for my son when he was 3 years old and claimed that it was his song that he wrote when he doesn't have any children, wasn't ever married, and doesn't know what it would be like to be a father and have a son and to miss them. But anyway, but he claimed to people that he wrote this song, and quite frankly, he stole it from me. Not that there was any money or anything involved, but the fact that he would steal it and claim it as his own when, so, but anyway, being a trader and having these people, I get this, right? So, and this person argued with me on everything. Well, and his philosophy was like, everybody deserves a good debate. Not saying this is you now. I'm just saying this person, and I could mention his name, but I would rather not. Um, but his initials were MM. Okay, first name, last name. But anyway, argue about everything, literally everything. And it was a shame because he was talented, but he was always right when a lot of times he wasn't even close to being right. But a challenge with respect is better than without respect. You seem to be angry most of the time. I'm just stating the truth from my viewpoint. Yeah, there are some folks, and I'm kind of not talking about Niles, but in a way, I'm talking about a similar situation with this friend, quote, friend that I had for years who was, and it was just no matter what it was. So, and it was hard to like get a positive attitude out of this guy. Um, well, we're going to go sailing. Yeah, but what if it rains? So what? Well, what if a thunderstorm? Look, it's the coast. It's the summertime, you know. There are storms that pop up all the time along the coast. If you're going to go sailing, you run the risk. If you go to the beach, you run the risk of a storm coming up. So, but I mean, there were, and this was a particular instance, right? He ended up going sailing, but he kept moving around the sailboat. It was a 24-foot hunter, and he would kept moving across, back and forth across the midpoint of the boat, and every time he'd shift, the boat would shift. And so I was all the time, I was like, M, sit the f down and quit, because it was hard to try to keep the sail trim with this person shifting the weight on the boat back and forth. And he could not understand that for crap, but swore he was a sailor. And I was like, you've not even ever been in a canoe, let alone a sailboat. And especially all this, well, I'm not having anything to do with the boat, blah, 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 blah. And the person who owned the boat said, Dave's right, sit the down. And then he sat down, but he wouldn't believe me, but he believed the owner of the boat. And she carried weight, right? Sergeant, yeah, Sergeant Major, yeah. That was a good nickname. She loved it. But anyway, but Sergeant Major told him, "You better sit down on my boat, or I'm gonna, crack your skull." And he was like, "Oh." And then she explained it to him. You moving around the boat was, hard to steer and all this, which is what I had said, but he wouldn't believe me because he had to always argue with me. I was typing my comment before you started talking about MM. I understand, but um, fighting the trim, absolutely, Barry. You understand that. And man, I mean just moving a little bit, if you're sitting and everybody's leaning out, to keep that trim and to get that sail and everything, just a singing. And then somebody just leans forward, the boat will shift. If you haven't sailed and know what it feels like to hold that trim in just right, and if there are folks who have been on, 25 footers, 30 footers, a double master or something like that. And, moving around on the boat really doesn't matter as much until you get into the smaller boats. But yeah. Um, Now, let me say something about your comment with respect. I did nothing but debate. I agree with you, which is a demand for response. That's what hurts my feelings because you demand it. And so, for those of us who, when we see those kinds of words to us, they're trigger words, okay, quite frankly. So, when you demand an answer from us, many of us get this shiver up and down our spine of, we don't like that, you know. I personally don't like it. So you know what you know, and you use the words that you use. But I brought this up earlier. But for those of us who are sensitive to those types of words, in reading that statement, I agree with you. But the use of the word demand sends chills down my spine. I mean, literally, physically, kind of like, you know, because you demand it. And I'm sorry, I ask and request it, but I don't demand anything from the universe. So there is a certain mindset for those of us who I've been around people who demand things all the time, and I hate their fucking guts. Sorry, I had to say it that way. So if you want to demand things all the time, it reminds me of people who I still hate their fucking guts. Okay. So I'm sorry, that triggers me, you see. So because they demanded, you understand? So it's sort of like looking at a pedophile priest. when certain words are used and you use it on purpose and with foresight, you know, because you demand it. For those of us who see that word, we each respond differently. So you write what you want, but I'm giving you a heads up for myself, and I'm sure there's some other people, but when they read a statement like that, it will get their hackles up one way or the other. So, um, yeah, demanding may get refusal to participate. Yeah. So, but anyway, so I could use this phrase to you or to other people, and I could say, I demand you stop using those type words in the chat room because it triggers people. I demand that you have more respect for me and other participants in the chat room. I demand that you listen to our feelings and stop using that word. Now, how does that sound to you? And I don't mean that out of disrespect, because what you've been saying with your demands would be like me with what I just said. So, um, anyway, I didn't mean that out of disrespect. It was an example. Okay. So, but anyway, I've been on here long enough. We've missed another 20. So, um, phraseology to people, and the demanding and the however you want to put it, and, okey doke. Um, we still love you. You're still welcome to come, um, and participate and debate. But understand that certain words that people use, especially when they continue to use the words when other people are offended by them. So, I demand nothing but peace. And see, I can't even demand that, Johann. In understanding about the universe, though, this thank you, Niles. We love you. And we love your participation. Honestly, um, I have more patience than you. That's part of my shaman journey because it's like, what we think I have the right to say what I want, but morally, should I? Right? So, and not picking on Niles, and it's okay. But we love you, Niles. We do. But to the point though, so it's when people ignore us when we say, rephrase it. We get what you mean. We understand that I demand honesty from the universe too, but I don't use that terminology. But I do because I continue to seek it. But for demanding these things, there you have to have patience with the universe, and sometimes you can demand until your face is squashed against the planet, and the universe will give you the answer when it's time. So please don't call me for a okay, Steve, you and him know more than I do, so I'm going to stay out of the conversation. Okay. But so for the purpose of things though, um if we want to learn more things in the universe, we must be more honorable to ourselves. And honorable to ourselves means, am I breaking the rule of one? So am I doing harm to someone else? And you say, well, no, I'm not doing harm to anybody else because I can say and do and feel what I want to. Really? I can do and say what I want to without consequence because it's my freedom, it's my right. Yes, but morally, if you're supposed to be learning about stuff, should you do it? Or should you say it? Or maybe you could rephrase what you say or what you mean. And it would actually be more acceptable to those people you're trying to reach or that you're trying to have a debate with. And so, um, but words from folks, whether spoken or written, convey certain messages to people as having been in many plays and words and things and what you want to convey to the audience. So it's written down a particular way. But no matter how you read it, okay, read it out loud, no matter how I read it, it still kind of is like, what what gives anyone the right to demand anything in this universe? Well, I demand the truth. I demand the sun to come up from right now. Well, screw me, but it ain't going to happen, right? I demand $1 million. I demand, I, no, we can't do that. I request from the universe, and the universe will listen to a request. On the helpline. I demand you give me a click, you know. Um, Hello, yes, I'm requesting some information about this model, of wisdom that I just received in a dream last night. Can you help me out with this? And the universe says back, well, thank you for your request. We've had similar dreams with other individuals, and here is what we have so far, Mr. Null or Hawkeye or whatever. If you go in on this conversation to the universe, like anybody on the other end of the line, and you go, I demand you give me answers and retribution right now, them folks ain't going to do squat. They're going to be holding that phone away, going, hey, Joe, can you listen to this one? And they're going to be in the office going, listen to this person demanding all this shit from us. Ha, 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 ha. Just saying. Now, this isn't about you, Niles. This is about other people that I know, still know, have known, who have demanded things and they never got it. They were always disappointed. It never worked out just right for them. Where for me, I was just glad to see, my original vision may have to be tweaked because of people and instances. I'm talking about direct in place. And so you've got a basic idea, and sometimes it morphs into something that's even better than what you thought of. But if you stay so strict to one point of view and that it can only be this way, and you don't allow the characters and the people involved to evolve their characters in a play. Well, it should be done like this. Yeah, but these people are doing it like this. And actually, they're pretty damn good at it. So you have to kind of like step back and allow it to form itself. But the original idea and what you wanted from the people started for my idea or whoever the director's idea was. But there are some directors that demand that it go just like this, where I was like, I can see this thing morphing. So I would pull the talent out of folks and get them to interact better. And I, you know, anyone who ever came to one of the plays that I directed, all the folks in Thomasville would say, if your name's on it, either whether you're directing or acting, we're going to come see the play because we know it's going to be good. Because you wouldn't be in it if it wasn't any good, and especially if I was directing the play. And so I had quite a reputation back in the day, but it was because I worked with my cast members. I worked with the sets and props and things because every time I demanded that they do something, it was always hard. So I'd say, listen, I need something. Could you please help me with this? And when I wanted to say, get off your ass, I demanded you do this right now. And you say, listen, we're 2 days late with this, and there's some phone calls that need to be made. Is there any way that could you do this? Because it really needs to be done right away. So, in another way of speaking, it was I demand this get done right away because it's past due, and you're not doing your job. And if you say it like that, them folks are going to wait another 2 or 3 days before they respond to you. But if you say, listen, this is really important and I know you can help me, and you play on their strengths, whether it's a strength or not, you try to help and you go, "Yeah, you can help me in this matter." And so then they will go out of their way if they can to help you. I know I've tried it both ways, and the demanding don't work. So in the universe, it is very real. Our our choice of words and how people understand them, how they read them, how you can write them. I used to write stuff all the time, and people would, and then I would look back and go, "What'd you say that for? And how come you're so mad? Or why are you? What's your?" And I would read it back aloud and go, "I see what you mean." So I would go in and edit what, and I'd say, let me change these words because, I was trying before, long before I started this channel, I was like, in chat rooms and stuff and hanging out and things, and so my choice of words were sometimes rude, quite frankly, to other people's feelings. But I insisted, and this is true for me, I insisted that I was right. Whether I was right or not, I didn't have to insist that this is the truth. So I changed it to, well, what if this could be true? What about this? Have you considered this to be a possible truth? So the truth is, how you present the truth to anyone. Sometimes you just have to be blunt. Like there are those folks who will continue to swear, that the Pope is like, the dude when he really ain't. It's okay. You believe what you want, but when you find out on your own that he ain't the dude, and that realization kicks in, and you go, oh, holy crap, I've been lied to and cheated. And oh my God. Yeah, I know. There are a lot of us have felt that way. But did it shake your belief in your God, your spirit, your Mary, your whatever? And hopefully the answer is no. So our faith has nothing to do with the Bible itself or the printed word because they keep changing the word. Like it's no longer a sin to eat meat on Fridays. And Catholics and other folks need to be aware of that. Well, no, they didn't. Oh, yeah, they did. They changed the rule, said it was God's law, and said, nah, it ain't. So, but anyway, so where is the truth? Staring right at you. Where's the truth in things? Hidden amongst the lies, you know. Where is the truth in the universe? Being hidden because of all of these religious ceremonies that keep you away from the source. You have to go through all these different people to get there. I have a thick skin. Niles, I understand you didn't mean any attack, and I didn't mean to attack you because I'm literally thinking of some other people who have been a whole lot more rude than I don't think you've been rude. I don't. I was pointing out that that word demand is a trigger word for people, and it really is. So if you want to hang out with folks out of respect for them and for yourself, just be careful if somebody says, could you rephrase that differently or something? Yeah, I'm not criticizing you, Nails, because we have to learn, and this is one of those lessons. Like, there are many of us who are offended by that particular word. Choose another way of saying it. You can still hang out with us. We still love you. We're not. I'm not mad at you or anything like that. Far from it. If anything, maybe enlightening you to that other people. There are certain words that are trigger words, and that will bring certain memories to mind where there are other people who have demanded things of them and there's bad feelings there. So wouldn't you want to understand that? So this lesson tonight discussing with you is not out of anger, it's out of respect, in that yes, you have the right to say what you want. But if you were aware that there were people who like to hang out with you that were offended by a particular word, would you choose to continue using it? Or, like you have, you apologize. And so you will be more careful with using that word. So you understand our point of view. We're not telling you to go away and never come back, or that you can't talk with us or debate. Ain't saying that at all. But one particular word, and that you are now aware of. So there may be other words, not just you, but that other people use. And I will bring to them to task at times as well. And like, please rephrase that. I know what you mean, but can you say it in another way? You know, for your own sake, because I used to do it. I used to be that troll. I used to be that person in the chat room, and I learned spirits smacked me over the head so many times. And they said, Hawkeye, Dave, if you're going to be Hawkeye, you have got to stop doing this shit. And I went, but I have the right to make comments. And so they just smacked me about the head and went, no, you don't. You don't have the right to be rude. You have the right to speak your mind, but in a way that's not offensive. Sure, say anything you want, but at least don't offend people when you say it or suggest it. Sometimes you just can't get around it, but that's on it's my channel, my show. And I still respect other people who come, because I don't want to offend everybody, but I do want to show there are different points of view about this and different perspectives and all that kind of stuff. So, oh, fried green tomatoes. Oh, stop talking about food. Something was bothering me tonight, and love to talk, but now I'm hurting worse. Yeah, Steve, calm down. It'll be okay. As we used to say and still do, shake it off, shake it off, shake it off for whatever was attached to it, shake it off. But anyway, so it's a good thing we can come here and chat about these things. Um, but for many people, the spiritual growth involves them looking inside and going, wait a minute, well, I have the right to do this, but should I, morally or spiritually or whatever? And maybe you should say something, but just rephrase it. That's all. So we can exercise our right for conversation and debate or whatever. Um, but how we do it is sort of a moral responsibility. So, without being rude or anything. So, for me, when I took that step in my own conversation and using words and even in typing and stuff, I went through, oh God, a really hard, bad time back in the day when I was doing holy crap, man. I got beat up verbally with emails and comments, and I got beat up spiritually because I was carrying around this. I should have used a different terminology. Now this is for me. I'm not talking about you, Niles, or anybody else, but now, I'm not saying it does, but if the shoe fits, then just reconsider is all. So in how I phrase things, there have been sometimes it takes me 2 days to write a title for whatever I want to talk about. And, the moon wobble, and here we are talking about all this other spiritual stuff. That's okay, but um, it's okay that we talk about it. I'm happy to engage folks without anger, so that maybe they will understand. I mean, there are PhDs now through the college in Carrollton, because a friend of mine, who started speaking in the positive, they actually created a class and a classification at the whatever college that is in Carrollton, Georgia. And you can actually get a degree in it, in speaking in the positive and writing, and how important it is for human behavior and society. And So yeah, just shake it off. Just shake it off. Yeah. It was a distraction that turned into a lesson. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, we've all learned from it. Now we leave it to the past and we'll give no more energy to it. That's a good suggestion. Yep. So, but and we hopefully will take the lesson to heart. You know, I'm always I I got onto myself today about some of the comments that I made in yesterday's video about the little fat kid. And but I'm thinking to myself, we have gone so nuts with some of this stuff, and I realized I'd kind of went a little overboard. But having had a period of fat time myself and being overweight, having having my brother who was overweight but also had a leg injury, and we still allowed him to play. I think that texting a reply to an oral presenter is always problematic. Yeah, I found that out a long time ago. Yep. Yep, understood. Yep, understood, Niles. Good lesson, but I get hurt and was looking forward to talking to Niles over the phone after this. Okie doke. Yes, it gets very messy, and but we do our best. So, but I'm still very careful with words and terminology, and I kind of felt bad because I kind of sort of went off on it's sort of my George Carlin character that is in my head. I'm not trying to copy George, but I there is a part of me that thinks like George. All right. And I was thinking, oh my God, it's like the 10 things you don't say on, on the radio or TV or whatever, and all these things. And I just look at some of these stuff and I go into this character if you were around yesterday. I kind of dumped on the little fat kid, but it's like, oh, please help the boy gain some self esteem. Don't let him waller in this. Oh, woe is me. You pick on me because I'm a little fat kid. Here I go again, right? Help this boy to stand up and put on, having put on some big boy panties. You're turning him into a wuss, you know? Well, if I'm too slow to play baseball out there, then maybe I should become the manager. Maybe I should become a catcher. Maybe I should pick another sport. Maybe I should, well, I like baseball. Okay, but if you're fat and chubby and you can't run, and they need you need to be able to get to first base within 2 minutes. No offense, we ain't waiting on you. That's because it's part of the game. You should accept it, but now everybody's being picked on, and it's not the little fat kid. It's the fact that, oh my God, now he's got another crutch. He can use his weight. Don't pick on me because I'm heavy. I'm weight sensitive. Well, grow the fuck up and quit eating so damn much and exercise for God's sakes. You want to track team? Then go practice. Anyway. So it's not about the little fat kid, but it's about, why don't we help the little fat kid out by making him not fat? No, it's okay to be fat. No, it's not. I'm sorry. No, it's not. It's bad on your heart. It's bad on your limbs. It's bad on your. It's not okay to be overweight. No. Quit trying to, oh, it's acceptable. It shouldn't be acceptable, you know? In the days of John Kennedy and in the 60s, there was the health exercise thing that the president wanted, healthy and this and exercise. And oh, now, the support is, well, he's overweight, so, but don't make fun of him, he's weight sensitive. Then get him out on the damn floor and let him exercise some of that crap off of him. Get him out of whatever he's doing and get him out of that mental attitude that it's okay to be fat. No, I'm sorry. It's not okay. Do your best to not be that way. But oh, there are people who are very large and it's acceptable. Okie dokie. But somebody who's a little chubby, to allow them because they're weight sensitive, they got a chance to not be heavy. They got a chance. But if they've got an excuse to hide behind, they're going to get fatter. You watch. And I'm not against the little chubby kids, okay? My family members and folks and people that I know, but they're not using it as an excuse, okay? And it's just, we're starting to go overboard with some of this stuff. And to me, some of the stuff we should joke about. Oh, but Dave's picking on little fat kids. Okay, maybe I am. I'm not picking on the kids. I'm picking on the fact that they're going to make it an issue. Let's help these kids to exercise. The president's, I can't remember what it was, the president's, thing. We did jumping jacks, we did sit ups, even the fat kids did sit ups. Um, but we were all healthier. So we should be promoting that instead of some poor kids who are weight sensitive. We should just help them out of that. But anyway, the focus is in the wrong spot. That's what I want to say. We're rounding another 20 minutes, are we? Holy crap. And I really got to go. I mean, I got to go. I got to go. So I'm going to wrap this up. I appreciate y'all being here. Um, so shake it off, Steve. But I do understand. And Michelle, I love you. Barry, as always. Chloe and everybody. Niles, glad for the discussion. Let's all have a better tomorrow, let's all continue to be safe. And regardless of our religious beliefs, let's remember that, to respect and honor each other, and to, regardless of what commandments you believe, if you believe in the law of one, to do no harm to anything, then you're on my side. That's all I got to say about that. Regardless of what you study or do, if you believe in the law of one and practice it to the best that you can, the best that you can, you're on my side. Yes, we ran 20 miles when we were kids easily. Yeah, when I was a kid, we rode bikes all over Tampa, and to be able to go to the river, we had a couple of miles to ride from where I lived down to, out Fletcher Avenue out to the bridge out there at the river. And, we'd ride out there and it was nothing, man. I mean, we could do that, what, a couple of miles or whatever it was on bicycles in no time flat, man. We could, they'd say, well, be home in an hour. We could be down there in less than 10 minutes, be swimming for 30 minutes and come home in 10 minutes and still be on time, kind of thing, and we'd swam in the river for 30 minutes. So, yeah, buddy, I remember those days. And to my point, my brother was chubby and he had a bad leg, through some kind of birth defect kind of thing. But even though he was chubby, he kept up with us best we could. And we weren't in any race, but we were in a hurry. But we always included the little chubby kid when we were growing up, when most of us were little skinny runts. Um, he was one of the exceptions to the rule in the neighborhood, right? Not necessarily to any fault of his, but he did have a birth defect, and which kept him. But he still exercised. He still played ball with us when he could ride his bike again. He was a little slower, but we didn't try to. One of us always, come on, Dan, I'll ride with you. So we didn't try to leave him out, even though he was slower. So we still accepted the little fat kid. So I'm thinking of this and growing up with a brother that was the little fat kid in the neighborhood in a way. And so that, we teased him about it, but he knew he was overweight, right? He knew he was chubbier than the rest of it, as it was obvious. but we didn't pick on him to the point where it hurt him. Well, Danny's bigger than us, he can do this, or Danny's, whatever. But um, but we didn't pick on him to the point where we hurt his feelings. And then there were times when we'd go, man, come on, we're joking, and we were. But we were just little kids in the neighborhood too. So, but this idea though that that's another excuse. Well, I'm gonna go to Ma and tell her you've been picking on me because of my weight. You know, Late night soul tribers has come. We're asked to join the country club. Yeah, there you go. Always have a great night. Yeah, thank you, Travis and David. I remember outrunning the train on a bridge. We almost got killed that day, but kids doing stuff. Yeah, there's a trestle that still goes over the Hillsborough River, I guess, where the train came through, just down from Rowlett Park, down from where my granny lived, and it was just a couple minutes ride on the bicycle to get down there, and there was pollution coming out of it was below the dam there at Rowlett Park in Tampa, but we'd be out on the train trestle and the train would come, and sometimes the river would be too shallow to jump in. And I remember running barefoot, on the trestle, and on them hot beams and trying to, here comes the train. Well, come on, and you'd be halfway out, and you'd be hauling ass and that train not slow down much, and you just do get off that trestle in time. Been there too. Yes, we did do that. You're welcome, Travis. So, but anyway, and I know it's almost another 20, right? So I'm gonna kick out of here. I got a little bit left in here, but I really do got to go to the toilet. I got to go to the toilet. When I stand up, I might leak on the floor. Literally, So there are times when I realize one of these days it's so early still. Oh, please. It's what, 3 o'clock? But I've been on here for 5 hours though, Michelle, because I started early. It might be early for you, but it's been 5 hours already for me. So I do love you all in the conversation. But I've been doing a lot of heavy lifting and stuff around here, and there's stuff I need to get done tomorrow, and I need to get back on my truck. I really need a vehicle so I can take care of some business. But I very rarely ask any assistance from y'all, but y'all just say a prayer that I can figure out what the hell is wrong with my truck so I don't have to worry about it not starting or I can't go nowhere. Just help me figure it out, So send a little, prayer out for me that, the spirits will help me figure out what's wrong with my truck. I don't need anybody to come in and fix it or come in on with no magic wand or nothing, but just help me figure out what's wrong. I can fix it if I know what's wrong. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, at the moment, don't know what's wrong. So that's what I need help with. T minus 11. I can't last. Oh, these guys would be coming so fast down the lane, they'd come around this curve. There was no way they could slow these freight trains down to let us kids get off the by the time they saw us on the trestle, and by if they did hit the brakes, there was way too much momentum for those trains to stop, to not hit us had we been out on the middle of the trestle. But anyway, I love you all. Have a happy 20 and 10 minutes at the moment talking about yourself into incontinence. Yeah, I know. Thank you. You too, David Castle and everybody else. So I continue to pray that each and every day, because I really got to run. It's like I got to go. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to remember me when the 20 comes around in 10 minutes, and I will participate with you. I continue, I know it's different, ain't it? I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and acquaintances will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings out in the universe. Every day when me and Duggar put our feet on the ground, who's spread out on my bed at the moment, we continue to pray for each and every one of you and your four-leggeds that they will learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which is very important to me and to all of thee, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you continue to pass it along as you have been, and as the soul tribe, and as members of the League of Like Minded Beings. So, dearies, until next time, the 20's coming up. I'll be, you know, and I'll be on the turlet thinking about y'all. Number two, number one, who knows? Maybe it's a combination. Maybe it's a three. But I love you all until next time. So from South Georgia at 3:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time again. Be safe, everyone, and look out for each other. And remember, nobody's going to save you but yourself. So be safe and use the wisdom of the universe to, figure out the next step. And so I got to go, go, go. Barry, Michelle, David, all y'all, be safe. I love y'all. Till next time, okay? I love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Cheers. Thank you, Bob. We didn't have any computer problems tonight. We thank you, Bob, and thank you for the coffee. And until next time, be safe. I'll see you in the funny papers.